Freeriders, and welcome to the 2026 IFSA Junior Freeride Championship Series here at Kicking Horse. My name is Rachel Shannon.
And I'm Wyatt Gentry.
Before we get started, we would like to give a land acknowledgement. Kicking Horse Mountain Resort is located on the unceded lands of the Secwepemc and Ktunaxa people and the chosen home of the Métis people of BC. Today, we are here at Finals, our third of 3 days here of competition, and we will be competing on Whitewall. Whitewater.
Whitewall.
Whitewall
is our venue today.
Whitewall is our venue today.
Our sponsors for this event are Helly Hansen, Head Tyrolia, Giro, 3M Thin Slate and 3M Scotchgard, GoPro, and BCA. And of course, we want to thank Kicking Horse for making this all possible.
So today, as I mentioned, is Finals. On Sunday, we had our U15 athletes competing in qualifiers. Monday, we had our U19 athletes competing in qualifiers. And today is Finals, which means about the top half of each division is here to compete, and their scores will be cumulative to crown the winner of the North and South American Championships of 2026.
Yeah, it is incredible. All these athletes have been working all year just to get to this event, and this is Finals. So they have worked even harder just to be the top half of the best of the best.
Absolutely, and these athletes had to qualify throughout the year, which actually started in July down in South America, to earn points to be invited here at JFC. And it is actually the largest freeride event in the world, with almost 290 athletes competing over the course of 3 days.
Yeah, and the only way we can actually make that possible is our dual panel judging. Can you tell us about that?
Absolutely. So we've been running a dual panel format, which means we have a panel A and a panel B. Each panel has 3 sets of judges, and they're going to drop athletes one after another. So we'll see a skier from panel A and then a skier from panel B. We're actually going to be starting with our snowboarders. And so you may see skiers and snowboarders dropping one after another, men and women, vice versa, but they're 2 separate sets of judging. So it keeps the action moving. We can allow more athletes to compete, and it just never stops. It's full freeride all the time.
Yeah, excitement all day, which we are super excited. Our athletes are just finishing up their inspection run, and we will be getting started here soon.
Absolutely. And why don't you tell us a little bit about the formatting of the judging? What are the things these athletes are being scored on?
Yeah, so our judges judge on 5 categories. They have line, technique, control, style, and fluidity, And really everything is based off their line. So they spend time with their coaches and looking at the venue from photos and from the bottom, and they get to do an inspection run the day of, so they can pick their line and make sure that they know what they want to do and absolutely kill it on their day of.
Absolutely, and we're watching some of our final athletes come down from inspection right now. So as Wyatt mentioned, they're checking out the conditions, taking a look at their takeoffs and their landings. However, they don't get the chance to practice their line. So for a lot of these athletes that have traveled here to Kicking Horse, it will be the first time that they ski Whitewall top to bottom.
Yeah, and this is a big feat for a lot of these athletes. This is a big venue. With these qualifying venues, it was a little bit shorter, and Whitewall really just puts it to the test and shows who is the best of the best.
Absolutely, and the IFSA has been non-stop in our championship series the last couple days. Wyatt, you were a challenger athlete that we saw our last series of competitions for the adults. Why don't you tell us a little bit about how that went?
Yeah, it was an amazing time. I got to compete against the best athletes throughout the world, and we had some incredible conditions here at Kicking Horse. We started down in Whitewater, and we had 1 stop there and then 2 stops, one on T1 North and Ozone. Unfortunately, the juniors were not able to compete on those. The conditions did not quite line up like we were hoping. Those were our other 2 possible venues for today, but we finished and landed on Whitewall because the conditions lined up the best, and it's going to be the best venue for these athletes to throw down today.
Absolutely. And as you might be able to tell, it is quite a bit windy today. So we are really excited to just see what the athletes are going to do with the conditions. We got a couple centimeters of fresh snow last night as well. We're seeing the sun go in and out between the clouds. So I think it's going to make for a really exciting day of some freeride skiing and snowboarding.
Yeah, we are excited for today.
All right, yep, we can see some of our final athletes coming down from inspection. Again, we're running a dual panel today, 5 categories of judging, and just really excited to see what these athletes are going to do. You know, I was the most impressed, I think, by our U15 riders and skiers on Sunday. They just rode with such intention and maturity, is the way that I've been describing their riding, where we were sitting at the bottom watching athletes ski the top of the venue, and I really felt like I was watching a full qualifier series. They were just so powerful behind all their turns, and then they get to the bottom, and I was like, oh, that's a U15 athlete. It was just so surprising and so awesome to see the way these athletes are really growing into the sport.
Absolutely, yeah, it was incredible to watch them, and I'm excited for them to be going first on Whitewall. We have our U15 snowboard women and men dropping first. Yeah, and yesterday we had the U19 qualifiers, which there was some big runs thrown down and a couple crashes, but we're excited for everyone that made it to finals and can't wait to see what they do.
Absolutely. So yeah, as I mentioned, that'll be the top half of each division. We have U15 snowboard women, U15 snowboard men, U15 ski women, U15 ski men, and the same 4 divisions for our U19 athletes as well. So total of 8 divisions competing today. And it looks like the course is clear of athletes. So our snowboarders, I'm sure, are either at the top or finished making their way to the top. And we will kick it off. Our first athlete is going to be a U15 snowboard woman. Lucille McCarthy will start off our competition today.
Yeah, I do remember she had a really awesome run on Sunday, just putting it to feet, keeping it clean all the way to the bottom, showing her Kirkwood Freeride team what it's about.
Absolutely. And we have quite a big crowd here gathered at the finish corral too. Everyone has come out to see the action. It's really exciting to see, you know, what the resort has done to be able to make this event happen. The IFSA has been working super hard to bring you this event. Huge shout out to our technical director, Jeff Holden, as well, that has been working endlessly to make sure that, you know, really picking the best venue for these athletes, because Kicking Horse has a variety of venues to choose from.
Yeah, I have personally competed on 6 venues at this resort, and all of them are incredible.
Do you have a favorite one?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I would say that either Ozone or Whitewall are my 2 favorites. This area really just puts off the best freeride conditions and really tests the limits for everybody. It's got big features, it's got jumps, it's got cliffs, and it's got a lot of technical terrain that it really shows the best freeriders.
It's feels like such a unique bowl too, where you can spin almost 180 degrees and still have features from your left to right. So really exciting to see just how much terrain there is back here.
Yeah. One of the tough things today will be when there is clouds on this venue, they call it Whitewall for a reason because it gets flat light. There is not many markers, there's no trees, and this year, especially with how much snow there is, there's not many rocks.
Bit high tide here at Kicking Horse, I've been hearing. It's my first year here, but everyone's been saying that things are really filled in, which shapes the venues differently than it has in the past years. So it's exciting for the athletes that have competed here before to come to a venue that they may have already competed on, but it's shaping out to be a little different because of the way the snow has filled in this year.
Yeah, we are actually using a section of the venue. We are going a little bit farther skiers right on the venue today than they have ever used out on that looker's left section of the venue. And there are many features that have never been open that are going to be open for these athletes to try today.
That's so exciting. Yeah, watching them inspect all these different features just kind of really opens up all the possibilities. I know we have a little bit of sunshine poking out right now, which is very exciting. I woke up in Golden this morning and it was raining down in town, but on the drive up it was starting to turn to snow and it was pretty much no visibility when I got to the mountain this morning. So to see the sun poke out is just such a welcomed element to the competition today.
Absolutely. I was a little worried that we weren't going to be able to watch the athletes throw down today, but this blue sky is giving me hope, and I'm excited.
Absolutely. I was hearing some of the judges and the technical director talk about maybe having to move to split judging, which is where you put judges on different sections of the venue to each score a different section when the visibility is not very clear. So to see, blue skies right now, the sun's popping out, some clouds are moving in and out, but to really be able to see the full venue is exciting.
Yeah.
And a bit windy still, but not too bad. I think it's getting a little warmer as the day goes on, which is always exciting for not only the athletes, but all the event staff that's out here all day as well.
Yeah, we had some big winds last night, which filled in some sections of the venue and created some soft landings for these athletes.
You know what? You got to we skied down a similar aspect to get here this morning. What did you think of the conditions on our ski down?
Yeah, I was finding that where the over these moguls, if there are any moguls, they were definitely wind scoured, but then as you got into the pockets, you would find a couple inches of snow, and it was nice and soft, so I'm really excited to see what these athletes can do. It could be a little bit variable out there, and coming fast into this bottom section with all this debris could be scary, but these are the best athletes, and they can do it.
They truly are. I was talking to one of the coaches this morning, and we were talking about how impressed we were with the U15 athletes, and he kind of joked, in 3 to 5 years, when these athletes are adults and they're allowed to invert and do these things in competition, the sport may change a little bit.
It's been changing every year, getting more exciting with more tricks being thrown, and as well getting harder to compete in.
Absolutely. And so, speaking of tricks, that's one of the things in our junior series competition is juniors are not allowed to invert, meaning their feet are not allowed to go over their head. So we will not see any back flips or front flips, but we saw quite a few 360s yesterday, and we actually saw a cork 7 in our U15 ski women by Riley Watson. It was one of my favorite runs of the day.
That was definitely a highlight of my day as well. Watching that be put down 2 feet in a qualifying run was incredible.
So yeah, I think there's a lot of really exciting things we have to look forward to today. All the athletes are just, the energy in the room this morning was exciting. People are really excited to be here at finals at JFC, and I'm thrilled to see what these juniors have in store for us.
Yeah.
All right, it sounds like the rest of the event staff is getting set into place. I just heard that their ninjas, which are the ski retrieval team, are getting set up, meaning if an athlete has a crash and loses a ski, they have people ready to go and retrieve the ski and be on scene to assist in any way.
Yeah, I hope we don't need any of them today.
Same, always the goal is to not use a ninja, but, part of Freeride is it is an uncontrolled environment. The venue that we're looking on is just really as is, and the skiers and snowboarders get to do what they can with it, and making sure that we have the appropriate teams in place to respond to the uncontrolled environment.
Yeah, and that's part of their inspection is they are allowed to look at all of their takeoffs and landings, but they are very much so required to leave it as natural as possible.
Absolutely. And while we get ready for the competition to kick off here, we will hear a word from our sponsors.
There's nothing like the thrill of discovering a new ski spot, but you can't underestimate the challenge.
Okay, Simon, go left at the beginning, then right, and rip it.
That's why you need someone by your side who knows the terrain, no matter how experienced you are.
That was a good one.
Let's do it again?
Yeah.
There's nothing like that click. That moment where everything just falls into place. where movements become muscle memory. And control feels like freedom. Every version of yourself echoing, teaching you, pushing you to that point. The moment you know, you're exactly where you're meant to be.
All right, we just got word that Panel A judges are ready for our first athlete.
We are going to be dropping in Lucille McCarthy from the Kirkwood Freeride team.
And one of the things we asked our athletes is their favorite thing about the freeride community. And I was reading through the answers last night, and almost everyone answered something similar to Lucille, was that the community. Everyone's so positive and always trying to help each other out. So something that really makes that freeride family so special is the people behind it.
Absolutely. And we just got word that Lucille is dropping, coming over the cornice right now.
First athlete on course, going to set the tone for the day.
Yeah, that is a big cornice up there. Working her way down through this middle section.
And, it looks very steep up there. Especially to be a snowboarder on only one edge.
It is very steep, and as all of these 145 athletes just work their way through, it's a little bit firm in there as well.
Absolutely. That's something we've talked about, is how the conditions change from the morning to the afternoon in the day, and how that's part of the strategy of each athlete, is knowing when they drop and knowing how the venue might be a little different for each one depending on their order.
Yeah, looks like Lucille is lining up a air right here in the middle section of white wall.
Nice, and catching it to her feet, controlling her speed on her heel edge, and linking it back around to another turn.
Yeah, she is bringing it down through the debris field here at the bottom.
Making quick use of the venue, really setting the tone for the day. And coming through the debris field here. A lot of landmines. Some of them are fully crossed off with bamboo to indicate do not go here. But there's one at the bottom that was set up to look a bit like a jump. And I wonder if she's going to take a bite, but she's going to cruise just past it, nice and smooth. Arms in the air. Lucy is stoked on her run. What a great run to warm up the competition.
Yeah, first athlete down the venue, clean and safe.
Our next athlete is going to be from Panel B, Sawyer Macian.
Another Tahoe rider from the Palisades Freeride team.
His favorite thing about the freeride community is how supportive everyone is and getting to travel to new ski resorts together. So what an exciting thing for the juniors to get to go as a team and feel the camaraderie and just enjoy the competitive nature, but also the beautiful camaraderie that makes this sport so special.
Definitely. It's definitely one of my favorite parts as well. And Sawyer is on course, making his way towards his drop-in.
And now off the cornice into the venue. Sawyer getting some turns ready to set the tone for his line.
Catching an air above that castle rock.
Making nice use of this steep section up here. Linking some turns, and looks like he's going to head maybe into the chute here. Awesome navigation by Sawyer.
Working his way quick through that chute and lining up and air down here. Looks like he's going for this bottom Jenga tower air.
And beautiful execution out of the Jenga tear for Sawyer. That was so controlled on his snowboard there.
And he is moving fast through the debris field, keeping it to his feet. And he is stoked.
Oh, you can tell he's so proud of that just by the way he's riding. It's so great to see their personality shine through in their riding. Arms in the air, they're feeling stoked, and Sawyer's cruising into the corral. He was actually the IFSA junior champion the last 2 years in a row, so expecting big things out of this young athlete. I bet he is so proud of himself.
Yeah, very good run.
All right, our next athlete, back to U15 snowboard women, Scout Bilbrow from Sun Valley, Idaho.
Awesome. So it looks like She is working her way off the top of the cornice. They are not judged until they come over that ridge right there.
And Scout is on course, making nice use of the top section, showing really good control. Again, the judges are really looking for responsible riding within an athlete's ability. So really intentional to see Scout make turns and feel really balanced on her board when doing so.
Catch in the corner there. Nice little air. Keeping it to her feet, moving quick, edge to edge.
Yeah, really linking those turns, but now heading through the traverse to make some nice sweeping turns through this middle section of the venue here.
Yeah, she really moved through that top section quick and smooth.
Flowing like water, as some might say.
Yep, which will definitely improve her fluidity score. One of the categories that the judges judge off of.
Scout said she was first place at her Jackson Hole event this year and fourth at JFC in 2025. So
catching an air off that ball of chunder.
Strong run for Scout. She wants to give a huge shout out to her parents and her coaches. Thank you to all the coaches and parents that helped make this junior event happen.
And we are going back to our U15 snowboard men with Summit Lynch. He is coming to us from Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
All right. Just got word that he is dropping in. And we could just barely see him as he started his traverse.
Working his way down that ridge into a similar start. Airing in off that cornice. And working his way towards the middle of the venue.
Lining up a feature here up top, it looks like. Catching some smooth air to his feet.
Holding his control really well after that air. Lining up another feature. And another great air. And looks like he's moving towards another feature. Really building his line score here.
Absolutely. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how that works, Wyatt, with the line score?
Yeah. Every time Summit hits an air or skis over some exposure just like that and skis out clean, skiing out clean doesn't change your line score, but everything you do on your line in your run improves your line score, and that is the base of what all the judges judge off of.
Absolutely, and Summit has 3 successful airs underneath his belt so far in this run, so going to really set himself up for success in this freeride competition on our finals day here.
Catching some air off the debris at the bottom.
Nice little shifty there, throwing in some style.
And coming in fast to the corral with another clean run down to the bottom.
Excellent snowboarding from Summit Lynch out of Steamboat. Alrighty, back to U15 snowboard women. Our next athlete is going to be Julia Lynn Piacenti. She's coming to you from Team Utah Snowboarding.
Looks like she's using that similar start entrance, working over the cornice.
Starting off a run of some successful turns up on this steep section up here.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to tell, but there are some moguls and some traverse lines through that venue section, making it difficult to keep your speed and stay in control, but she's doing a great job of it. Going heel to toe on a snowboard is very important, showing the control and not just slipping down.
Absolutely. The judges really want to see dynamic riding, especially in the snowboarders, edge to edge, heel to toe, and catching a nice side chunk off there of that feature. Solid work out of Julia. Cruising through the midsection now, linking some nice turns.
Yeah, the sun really helping her be able to get some definition on all these debris piles and work her way through the bottom. Finish out a great run.
And here she comes making her way, smooth riding out of this open bowl here at Whitewall.
Looks like she's taking a chunk out of that debris, and she's stoked coming into the corral.
I think she was our first athlete to take a chunk out of that first debris field down there. I was excited to see someone do it.
Yeah, first, I think we'll have quite a few hit that today. That was a great run by Julia.
Awesome to see Julia open that up for us. Alrighty, our next athlete is going to be Leon Ignacio Acuna Asia. I am so sorry for the pronunciation. He's coming to you from Centro de Ski El Colorado, our Chilean rider, getting ready to show us what he can do.
Our first South American rider of the day. Super excited to see what he does. Just got the 3-2-1 as he moves down the ridge. We can see him peeking his head over the cornice right there and dropping in off the cornice.
Getting ready to set the tone for his run. I'm sure he took a last deep breath up there as he is now on venue and in the action.
Linking some nice turns through this upper section, keeping it smooth.
Nice control we're seeing right now as he links another turn, coming through a little bit of a chute here, it looks like.
Making it through that chute clean and moving over towards our Jenga tower section.
Linking another turn here, throwing in some short radius turns.
Lining up in air and stomping it clean.
Really solid execution there for that feature.
Yeah, he found his line and he's executing it well.
And I'm sure this midsection here is kind of a moment for the riders to take a deep breath and say, you know, the toughest, most techy section is behind me. I maybe have another smaller air here if I choose, but kind of catch a deep breath. And yep, there we go, another air there, clean to his feet again. And he is just going to cruise it into the corral. Successful run behind him with another pop there.
It looks like he's lining this extra credit nugget
Oh,
to his feet
love it.
again.
3 extra credit airs in the bottom, where, you know, in a spot that we've seen a lot of athletes just cruise around them. So really exciting to see our Chilean athlete get a little more creative in our debris field.
Absolutely, he's using every feature to his advantage.
Alrighty, our next athlete is going to be Kinsley Clausen from Mammoth.
And she is dropping in right now, moving down the ridge.
Kinsley now on course.
Zero hesitation coming off of that cornice there, moving towards her first feature there, catching some air.
Nice and smooth control to her feet as she keeps making her way through the top section of the venue.
Working towards that chute again.
Kinsley making quick use of this section, showing really good control and balance on her snowboard.
Yeah, working her way towards the bottom of the Jenga tower.
Coming into our Looker's left Jenga tower here. Staying nice on top of the feature to catch a huge air. Little bit of a butt check, but honestly, not much time off as she is back on her feet and moving again.
Yeah, It is tough with these conditions. It is very variable in these runouts, so she's holding it together.
And she went into that air so confidently. We've seen a lot of our other U15 riders bite off smaller chunks off the side, but Kinsley really got on top of it and just went for it.
Yeah,
really,
taking the very center of that cliff.
Yeah, brave riding out of our U15 snowboarder here. She said she won her last 2 comps in Kirkwood and Villars, so really no stranger to freeride. Excellent run from Kinsley Clausen.
And we are going back to our U15 snowboard men with Jonah Dennis coming out of Jay Peak. So our first rider from the East Coast.
All right, getting ready for Jonah to drop in. He said one of the results he's the most proud of is he was snowboarding with a broken wrist and still placed first. So making strong, calculated decisions, he said, in that run. And exciting to see how the athletes are adapting. And here we have Jonah on course.
Coming in a different section of the venue and working his way back in.
Bopping up and over that feature there up top. Jonah making nice use of the venue, linking some more turns in there, keeping it nice and fluid.
Working his way through this chute. And coming up underneath the Jenga tower. Making nice work through this section. Lining up the next part of his line.
Getting high up on that feature there. Peeking over the edge and taking a huge leap to his feet.
Keeping it to his feet and skiing out, or riding out strong.
A unique line that we haven't seen yet today. He really came up above the Jenga tower and bit off a large section of that looker's further right rock.
Yeah, first one to take that air of the day and stomping it. And now working his way through the debris field. That's a strong air for these conditions right now.
Absolutely. And Jonah staying nice and controlled through this bottom section here in the debris field.
With a nice switch one off that debris.
Throwing in some tricks. We love to see it.
And
solid run out of Jonah.
Into the finish corral.
All right, our next athlete, U15 snowboard women, Sophie Rodas. An independent athlete, meaning she does not train with the freeride team, but is an athlete in freeride nonetheless. We can see the snow kind of flying off the the cornice up there. It is windy, but it is not slowing Sophie down as she is on venue and making her way. Lining up her first feature here. Taking a nice solid turn.
As she makes her way through the middle, making some nice turns. Working towards her next air as she lines it up. Looks like she came in a little bit low, but working way back to it. Catching some nice air off that one.
Absolutely, really solid landing from Sophie. And coming up underneath the castle above the Jenga tower. Lining up exactly her entrance to another clean air. Solid stomp there from Sophie.
Yeah, really linking some nice airs.
Gonna make some smooth turns here through the debris field. Catching some air on the debris.
Super strong run, catching another air off the debris. And taking one final air
With
before
the grab to her feet.
working into the finish drop.
Arm in the air, Sophie is stoked on that one.
And
All right.
panel B is ready for Reed Douglas out of Mount Bachelor.
Reed said he was first this year at Whitefish. Wants to give a big shout out to his parents. Thank you to all the parents that helped their juniors get here. We really couldn't make the sport possible without you.
Yeah, I was going to say every athlete should be thanking their parents.
Absolutely. We love our Freeride parents. It's been really fun to get to mingle with the community this week and just see the faces behind our community.
Yeah. Lots of new faces and lots of returning, which is very exciting.
All right, getting word now that they are ready to drop Reed.
And we are looking at him coming over the ridge there, biting off that cornice. Working over the Jenga tower. Straight fall line down that ridge. Looks like he's lining up a new section.
Taking some technical turns through this steep chute right here. Coming in on his heel edge and gonna cruise out with an air.
Looking towards the bottom of the Jenga tower.
Looks like he's gonna line something else up for us.
Sending it and stomping it out.
Really strong use of that top section there for Reed.
Yeah, very strong run. With a 360 off of the debris.
360 just for fun there, it looked like. Doing it for the soul.
Absolutely.
But I'm sure the judges are also taking note. They really love to see that blend of freestyle elements. Another 360 for Reed.
That second one was a backside. I can't tell if he spun both directions there, but two 360s was awesome to see.
And coming in for one more, it looks like. Third
With a-
360 out of Reed Douglas, showing off that he has the tricks.
And up next, we have Kayla Sharp.
Katya Sharp.
Oh,
from
Katya Sharp.
Seattle, Washington.
She was our second place qualifier from Sunday.
And our athletes are running in reverse order from how they qualified. So, as you were saying, Wyatt, Katya qualified second, meaning she was ranked second in our qualifying event on Sunday.
Yeah.
So she had a really strong run on Sunday, and let's see what she does here now.
Coming down off the cornice, moving fast through this top section.
Really quick use of this top section of the venue.
Yeah, very steep up there on the top of White Wall. But she is making it look easy, moving fast.
Staying nice and fluid on her board. Coming up below the castle into the Jenga tower.
Catching some nice air.
Really awesome line choice there from Katya. That was a big chunk for our U15 snowboard women. Into a little debris nugget, it looks like here, with a nice little air off of it, and linking some more turns.
Yeah, working her way fast through this bottom debris field, finding every feature she can to spin off of like that.
Our first 360 for our women's division. We love to see these athletes showing up with the tricks.
Really showing why she qualified second, high up in the rankings.
A final air for Katia off that last debris nugget, and she is into the corral.
And we are headed back up for another U15 snowboard men from Palisades Freeride, Dylan Parker.
Dylan says he's super proud that he took second place at the Palisades 3-star this year.
Yeah, the 3 stars are very, very difficult to place well in, so I'm excited to see what he does here.
And 3-star events, for those that you don't know, in our junior series is a more elite level of competition. They're broken into 2-star and 3-star. So those 3-star events are a little more elite level. They're worth more points. The venues are more intense. So to podium at a 3-star event is definitely an accomplishment to be proud of.
Yeah, and that is why he is here at our championship event. Airing in off the cornice. Lining up this air right here in the middle. Getting a nice grab off of it and keeping it clean.
Really smooth riding as he pops back around here.
Catching another air. Just stacking his line score.
And heading across the venue to link another turn here. I think he's got another one lined up for us here. Beautifully to his feet.
And now he is moving quick, controlling his speed, but no problem for him through that Chundari section.
That was a fast run from this U15. Nice little shifty off another debris chunk there.
Yeah. These exits are very fast and firm and variable, so controlling your speed is very important, and Dylan just showed us how to do it.
Solid run from Dylan Parker, our Tahoe rider. All right, our final athlete for U15 snowboard women is going to be Emma Rodas.
She's another independent athlete with a parent coach.
She was 3rd overall at Champs last year. So pulling her way back into JFC this year to do that 2 years in a row, such an accomplishment.
Absolutely, and to be our first place qualifier from day one is very exciting to see what she can do here on finals on Whitewall.
Absolutely. That means she had the highest scoring run from our U15 snowboarders on Sunday. So the people with the highest scoring runs will go at the end of their division, working their way up to who qualified first. And Emma's coming to you from Longmont, Colorado, and she says also anywhere with good snow.
Yeah, and giving this in reverse order really gives our athletes that qualified first and a little bit of an advantage, actually, to be able to watch everyone else's runs and see what they did right and wrong. And even in some cases, if everyone crashes, they could just ski down and still have their title to come
And
home
sometimes
to.
that is the name of the game, and we talked about strategy in Freeride, and there certainly is a bit of a strategy to understanding, what features are going well for the other athletes and which ones maybe are not as successful as originally intended. So quite a bit of thought process that goes behind Freeride.
Yeah, we are very excited to be able to bring the live stream, not just for our viewers at home, but for our athletes to be able to watch the runs at the top, because there is service up there for them to be watching and see what is going down on the venue and if their airs are still good for takeoffs and landings.
All right, just got word that Emma is dropping in.
So Emma is coming up and over the cornice right here. Catches some air in.
Very smooth turns out of this top section. Lining up a feature here, it looks like.
A new feature of the day. Catching some air.
Linking around the top section of the Jenga.
Yes, finding her way through this chute on the Jenga tower.
Nice use of some complex terrain there in the Jenga tower.
Very unique line she is picking up and catching some air out.
And on her feet, she is on the move.
Very unique line. She is stoked, putting her hands in the air, working through the debris field, popping off everything she can.
Really showing that excitement she's feeling with all these pops through this midsection here. I bet she's got a few more airs. Like that one with the grab.
Yeah, very strong from our top qualifier from yesterday or Sunday. Just hitting every feature and rolling into the finish corral as our last U15 snowboard woman.
You can just tell she's so proud of herself, you know. Regardless of their results here at JFC, to just make it to this level of competition is a huge accomplishment in itself. So big congrats to all of the athletes that qualified to be here.
And we are back up for Easton Kissinger from Green Mountain Academy. And he is getting the call for the drop in 3, 2, 1. And he is working his way towards his entrance.
Our Vermont rider getting ready to show off some big mountain riding here at Kicking Horse on Whitewall. Trying to keep our eyes on where he's going to pop out from the cornice.
Oh, and he is far lookers right on the venue, working his way down a new section.
Good eye, Wyatt. It looks like he's finding some nice snow over there. Taking a new approach to the venue. We have not seen anyone open up this section yet.
Catching a great air right there. Yeah, this venue is very wide and gives every athlete the unique approach to be able to choose where they want to go.
Absolutely. There's a lot of options here. Like you said, big width to this venue. Long cornice, they can drop in wherever they please.
Catching another air back into the chute and getting some face shots coming through that.
Oh, yeah. Easton is enjoying every moment of those couple of centimeters we got last night. Linking some nice turns here through the fresh snow.
And making his way back towards our debris field.
Lincoln, he looks so comfortable on his snowboard. Really strong stance thrown, clean shifty there.
Yeah, he is just riding with confidence here. Just putting his run down. Coming into our final debris, extra credit air. With the 360 to the stomp.
Really successful run from Easton Kissinger, our Vermont rider.
Yeah, it was a great run, and I loved how he chose his fresh line. I don't even think anyone went over there in inspection.
All right, which means Panel A has completed the U15 snowboard women, and they are now going to roll into U15 ski men.
Yeah, we're going to start off with Luke Levitt from Crystal Mountain Freeride team.
Absolutely. He was first place 2 years in a row at the White Pass event. And he wants to give a big shout out to his family, team, and coaches. So I'm sure the judges are just taking a moment to switch gears and think about some skiing.
Yeah, and that is part of our judges is they have to go from a U15 snowboard to a U15 ski men and completely change their thought on the venue on how it can be skied.
And our judging panel is a mix of skiers and snowboarders too.
Yeah.
So it'll be, they'll have some expertise from both sides of the sport.
Yeah, and all of our judges, after each run, they deliberate between each other and talk about what they saw during that run, just so they can make sure that they got every bit of information in case one of them missed something.
All right. And it looks like we have quite a bit of sunshine that's here to stay right now, which is always exciting. Luke Levitt. And before Luke drops in, we are going to take a moment to hear a word from some of our sponsors.
There's nothing like that click. That moment where everything just falls into place. Where movements become muscle memory. And control feels like freedom. Every version of yourself echoing, teaching you, pushing you to that point. The moment you know you're exactly where you're meant to be.
Alrighty, and we are going to welcome our first U15 ski men athlete to the venue with Luke Levitt.
All right, Luke is on cars making quick use of this top section here.
Catching some big air off the top there, moving fast.
Our first skier on the venue here today at White Wall.
He is playing with this outer section of the venue. First athlete to come into here.
I was going to say a nice cruisy line here for Luke.
Yeah, he's ripping this section. Yeah, this is not always a section of the venue that is able to be used, but with our high.
Taking a huge air over that pepper field to his feet. Oh no!
Going really fast and unfortunately crashing in the corral, but he is okay with the head tap.
We got a head tap, which means Luke is okay, but oh, what an unfortunate end to that run. He was just so clean in the air over that pepper section, and then looks like he just got a little bit off balance and threw him just far enough to not quite be able to pull it back together.
Yeah, and that is the hard thing about these conditions. It will be moving fast out of all of these airs, and shutting down speed is going to be the key to success today.
Yeah, the runouts, we were talking about that earlier this morning, that while we have that little bit of fresh snow, it's going to make some things a little bit more variable and harder to find, too.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Luke finding a little bit of a firm spot and having to point it out of the finish.
But you know what? I think that he is a name we are going to see again in Freeride.
Absolutely. He is still, remember, he is under 15 years old.
I was riding up with an athlete the other day, and he was saying that he didn't qualify for finals. Was a little bummed, but was proud of how he did. And I was telling him, like, you made it here. It's a huge accomplishment to make it here, and you're a U15. You have a lifetime of free riding ahead of you. So
Absolutely, and he just put down a heater run. Unfortunately, just getting a little bit stuck in this landing or his run out.
And back to U15 snowboard men, Avery Landry is dropping in.
He is riding for the Alpental Freeride team, and he is following a similar ride to Luke.
Coming into his first feature here on the venue. Catching a nice air to his feet.
Working his way back towards this side air.
Far Looker's left. He's coming into another air here to his feet.
Looks like he did a spin in that landing, but keeping it together, holding his edges through that mogul field right there. And
some cruisy turns up against that wall. Looks like he's really doing it just for the fun of it over there.
Surfing that wave as he works down towards this lower section of the Looker's side, left side of the venue.
Our first snowboarder to head over to this section.
Lining up a massive cliff and stomping it.
That
coming
was
out quick.
Gorgeous execution here from Avery. And speed, coming in with some speed, holding on to it.
Being able to shut it down. And coming in quick to the corral with a heater of a run. His friends are stoked. He's stoked.
That was a really creative, flowy line out of Avery.
Absolutely.
All right, and back up to ski men, Miles Hurst will be our next athlete to drop in.
We're getting the call that Miles is dropping into the venue now.
All right.
Coming in, airing off the cornice there. Oh, unfortunately, catching an edge and crashing, but being able to self-arrest and get back on his feet and keep it moving.
Absolutely. Really good control to, like you said, self-arrest is when an athlete is able to put their feet underneath them and stop themselves from sliding. So Miles did a really good job of showing that quick reaction time.
Yeah, and that is part of dropping the cornice early in your line, is you take that risk of catching air up high. But he's lining up another air down here at the bottom.
Smooth to his feet with that final air on the lower section of the Jenga tower.
Yeah, stomping that landing out of that bottom air, but working his way, catching some air.
Fun spread eagle there off some debris. And into the corral Miles goes. All right. 3 more U15 snowboard men left. Xavier Lamrou will be our next athlete to drop.
Skiing for the Whistler Valley Snowboard Club. They have some amazing terrain over there to prepare them for everything. So I'm excited to see what he can do on this venue.
Xavier's got some good results. He was first at the Crystal Junior 3-star and second at the Whistler Junior 2-star this year. Ooh, got a big wind gust coming in across the venue here. The wind has been pretty relentless since this morning, so interesting to see how it's going to either change the conditions or the temperature throughout the day.
Yeah, and it's also going to make it interesting for these athletes that are planning to go big. A big wind gust during your air can really throw you off balance. So you got to be prepared for that when you take off.
Absolutely. You know, I think about wind a lot in skiing with how it affects slope style competitions and big air there too, but it really does have an impact on freeriders as well.
I honestly think it has a bigger impact on freeriders because you don't have a manicured takeoff. It's all natural. So even if you get bucked off the takeoff from the natural takeoff, the wind in the air can push you even further and make it even more difficult to control your air and land it.
All right, Xavier is getting ready to drop in.
And he is working down that ridge, finding his entrance.
Xavier off the cornice and into the venue.
Just working his way towards his second feature. Catching some great air.
Cruising into the chute, it looks like. Nice hop turn there.
Yeah, working his way through the features. Moving fast.
Big surfy-like turns here from Xavier.
Working out towards this mogul section.
You know, I don't think we've seen anyone drop in far lookers right and then take it this far lookers left.
Yeah, and yes, while it can lower your fluidity score, if you have a purpose for your traverse, the judges don't mind that.
Absolutely. Traversing with a purpose, we like to say, as Xavier showed us the purpose and took an air there off our salt and pepper section.
Yeah.
Coming into the debris field.
And working down through the debris field and into the finish corral.
A successful run by Xavier Lamoureux from Whistler Valley Snowboard Club.
And coming out of start 2, we have Thorson Kemmer.
Living in South Lake Tahoe and skiing for the Kirkwood Freeride team.
And he is working down the ridge, airing off that cornice.
Coming into his first feature here on the venue. Nice clean air.
Getting some nice air above that exposure. Lining up his next section.
Coming into the Jenga tower. With an air off that spine.
Looking towards this bottom rock. The bottom level of the Jenga tower. Going big and stomping it.
And ripping some turns to this midsection of the venue here.
Yeah, really showing his control as he comes through this section with variable terrain.
Strong fluidity here from Thorsten. But not done yet. Nice shifty off our final debris chunk, and into the corral he goes. All right.
And our second to last snowboard athlete
is going to be Silo Stevenson, coming to you from Crested Butte, the Crested Butte Mountain Resort.
Yeah, these snowboarders have really been putting down some great runs today, keeping them to their feet. Not as many butt checks or hands down as we've seen in past events, and they're really showing why they are here in the final day of our Freeride Championships.
So this means that Silo was our second qualified athlete for finals, meaning he had the second highest points in the qualifying run on Sunday for U15.
Yeah, which means he put down a clean, strong run on Marley's venue, which is a great qualifier venue, and it prepares you for finals out here on Whitewall.
Absolutely, and the result of finals and qualifiers will be a cumulative score of both days. So the way that riders and skiers performed on their qualifying day does impact their overall score.
100%. But the fact is that you can still move up if you are a low qualifier, because the scores can be tight and it is an accumulative score.
100%. Yes, while we said, it does have an impact, that does not mean it's locked in yet, because everyone still has to run, and a lot of things can move around with what's done on this venue today. Silo will be our 20th athlete of the day, and we have 144 athletes on course today.
Lots of athletes, possibly the most that this venue has ever seen, and Silo is dropping in.
All right, Silo making his way along the ridge, waiting to see where he pops out. Got eyes on him as he comes into the course.
Zero hesitation coming over that cornice. Knows exactly where he is.
Lincoln some nice turns up here.
Laying above that Jenga tower, looking over towards this looker's left cliff of the Jenga tower, and stomping a huge air and controlling his speed.
That was a huge air for our U15 snowboarder, catching a just for fun air there.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to catch another air. It might have come out a little faster than he wanted, but he is still moving quick through the bottom section of this venue.
Absolutely. That was a huge chunk to bite off, and he is not slowing down as he navigates through the debris field, holding on.
And lining up this last debris chunk and stomping it.
All right, our Crested Butte rider into the finish corral. Which means we will head back over to U15 ski men. Parker Hindro will be our next athlete to drop.
He skis for the Diamond Peak All-Mountain team to prepare for all these competitions.
So another Tahoe rider coming in, representing the far west region. All right, just got word that Parker is dropping in now.
Making his way down the looker's left side of the venue. Looks like he got a screaming seaman off that top air.
Showing off the tricks right from the beginning, Parker is getting down to business with another air and making his way with some speed to the far looker's left section of the venue.
Heading towards this bottom big air, taking a chunk off of it and stomping it clean, moving quick out the bottom.
That was a fast run from Parker. Not done yet. Still has to make it in safely to the corral.
Yeah, very creative, being able to air into the middle and then find a line with an air back towards that looker's left side. Excited to see everyone's take on this venue and how different the lines can be from the athlete before you.
All right. Panel B will get ready for their final U15 snowboard male, Hank Crother.
Our top qualifier from day one.
I was going to say, yeah, this means that Hank had the highest score in the qualifying run on Sunday.
Yeah, and as some days you can watch and be the last one to drop in and see that everyone crashed, today is not that day. There have been some very heater runs, so Hank's going to have to keep with his plan and throw down.
Hank says his favorite thing about the Freeride community is all the friends at the top and bottom hyping you up. So really highlighting that, even though these athletes are competing against each other, there's this beautiful spirit behind the Freeride community that keeps it so engaging.
No, definitely, and it's not normal compared to other sports when you are in head-to-head competition to be best friends at the bottom and top.
Did you feel that at the Challenger Series as well, Wyatt?
Absolutely. Everyone is very excited for you. They want you to do well. They want you to put down your run. Even though they are competing against you, I think that everyone in their own brain is just hoping that their best is better than your best so that it isn't just a walk in the park. They want everyone to have amazing runs and throw down and have a great show.
I found there's really no I hope you fall in Freeride. It's I hope you do your best to elevate the overall sport and just grow the challenge that is Freeride.
Yeah, and the sport that we all love here.
All right, and just got word that Hank is getting ready to drop in.
Coming from right down the road, Fernie Freestyle Club. So he has definitely seen these conditions before and is coming down this cornice looking for his entrance.
All right, dropping in through the cornice onto the venue. Hank is making some nice traverse as he enters his first turn and starts to link them up through this steep section up top.
Yeah, working his way fast this top section, making turns, lining up his next feature.
Coming into this steep chute here and pointing it, controlling his speed out.
And it nice and tight as he comes into this last air here. Going massive and stomping.
That was quite the air out of our final U15 snowboarder, Hank Crother, linking the turns as he enters the debris field.
Yeah, keeping it moving fast, showing the judges that he can control his speed while moving with pace.
Catching a nice grab off that debris chunk. Not done yet, though. I think we've got one more from Hank.
With another grab. As our final U15 snowboarder is through the finish corral.
Really solid riding out of all our U15 snowboarders. Congrats to every single one that put down a successful run here at Whitewall.
Yeah, incredible riding from all of our athletes and excited to continue on with our day.
Absolutely. We have Klassen McLawn next from Alyeska.
Yeah, and he is on course, airing off the cornice, lining straight into this next feature, taking the center nose off of it, straight fall line, lining into the next feature that he's got with another big air.
Really stacking up his line score. Every time an athlete hits a feature, it is building a numerical value towards their line score.
And working down that shallow line, looking towards this salt and pepper section of the venue.
We can see the wind blowing up towards him. What a wild image right now as he takes his final air to his feet, unfazed by the wind, and straight lining into the corral.
Going fast into the corral, holding it together.
Watching his gear flap in the wind behind him, just really showing the speed he was coming at it and the element of the wind not phasing him.
Not even a little bit. Straight into the corral, even though he couldn't even see his landings, really, with that wind blowing all the snow up.
Really interesting to see how the wind changes and affects the course athlete to athlete.
It's different for every athlete, and that is Freeride because we are out in Mother Nature, and it really just shows it today with
And
the
she
wind.
is not holding back. Yes. We've, been sitting here every time a big gust comes, thinking a little bit, are the tents going to fly away? Just keeping an eye on everything. It's certainly out here in the elements here at Kicking Horse, but an excellent time nonetheless.
Yeah. And something you might not know as a viewer, it is cold out here today. I can barely feel my toes.
It is not warm, so thank you to everyone that's been stopping by and helping us out and just keeping the vibes high today.
Yeah. And hopefully all of our athletes up in the elements on top of the ridge are keeping warm before they drop into their runs.
Absolutely. Wyatt, do you have anything that you like to do to keep yourself warm on comp days?
I try to show up as late as possible in my run.
And that's honestly a calculated thing that athletes have to do as well, is time when they want to be at the top of the venue. They're given a start list and said, hey, you have to be here at this time. This is going to be your one run to perform all day, and it's really up to them to navigate it.
Yeah, because it is not guaranteed that you will get to run if you miss your start.
It's really not. I want to give a huge shout out to our production manager, Finn and Lund, who is bringing us a little boot heater right now to keep us warm down here as we bring you what's happening in Freeride at the 2026 IFSA Junior Freeride Championships. And so we have a minute of a pause here because panel B of judges is switching gears from the final U15 snowboard men into the first U15 ski women. It's been such a team effort to get this whole event kicked off today, so shout out to the whole team at Kicking Horse, the IFSA, our army of volunteers that are making this event possible.
Yeah, moving every day between the venues is incredible.
Especially when they're back-to-back days, there really isn't a day to reset. It's, at the end of the day, pack all the gear down and immediately move it over to the next venue. It's certainly a grind to bring it all together, but we're so excited to watch our series grow here in the Americas region from Alaska to Patagonia.
Yeah, we can't thank Kicking Horse enough for hosting all of these events. They hosted 2 of our challenger stops and 3 days of competition here for our championships. And our judges are ready for our first U15 ski woman of the day, Izzy Fisher from Golden Freeride Club, a local girl.
Local athlete airing in from the cornice to the venue, showing off her home terrain here. She lines up another air to her feet.
Taking it to her feet, moving quick, straight into her next air as she lines up the next feature.
Really figuring out her trajectory here and putting it to her feet.
As she lines up the bottom section of the Jenga tower.
Will the Jenga fall? Holding up nice and strong for Izzy Fisher with a clean top section.
Stomping it and moving quick through this debris field, popping off everything she can. Building that line score as the wind absolutely blows through the finish corral.
Izzy catching another just for fun air there at the bottom. Popping in some style airs.
And into our final air with a big spread eagle.
Successful run for our first U15 ski women. All right, panel A is ready for our next U15 ski men, Maverick Martin.
Coming out of Olympic Valley Freestyle and Freeride team. And he is dropping in 3-2-1. Taking that first cornice air. Lining up his next feature with a big 360 stomping it.
Looks like he's having to battle a little bit of the snow. The wind is kicking up, but it is not slowing Maverick down.
As he's lining up his next feature. Dropping off an air there.
Smart, calculated decisions, and I'm sure it is a little bit of lower vis for him right now.
And this is where it gets interesting as he moves into his bottom section, and there's still a wall of snow. And I can't really tell. It looks like he may have fallen off that bottom feature.
And what, I'd say unfortunate timing. He was really ready to drop in. We see Maverick moving up again. But I feel like it was, really condition-based that may have gotten him there.
Yeah, he could not see anything. And that is a part of this competition, is freeride, is sometimes the wind might blow when you're dropping.
And it's really a challenge to figure out what to do in that moment. Do you do your best to keep moving? Do you wait for the wind to blow through and, knowing that will damage your fluidity score? It's really a lot of quick thinking you have to do and quick decision making. But he's going to show off one more final air there.
Oh! Going big in that landing, doing a front flip, but continuing on to the finish corral.
I think he knows that is just one for the memory bank there for Maverick.
Yep, still U15, so he's got plenty of time to come back and do it again.
Absolutely. All right, our next athlete is going to be Mia Lapik from Alpental, the Alpental freeride team. She was second at the Crystal 3-star this year, second at the Alyeska 3-star, and third in the Whistler 3-star this year.
So no stranger to that podium, eh?
Especially that we were saying at that 3-star level event, which is an elite level event for our junior athletes.
Yeah. As well, most of these athletes are competing in 3-stars as they are at our championship level. Looks like Mia is on course, heading off her first feature, catching some great air. And moving over towards that Jenga area.
Making swift turns here through the top, lining up her air.
Going massive and stomping it.
Huge air to her feet and traversing with a purpose now.
She's already got her hands in the air. She's stoked. But she's not done yet. She is moving towards our salt and pepper section, lining up this massive cliff here at the bottom.
Clean to her feet. Making some more swift turns back through the debris fields.
I think she's looking for this bottom nugget. She wants to hit the debris field nugget.
A popular air we're seeing from our athletes.
With a great stomp and into the finish corral after an amazing run.
Really awesome work out of Mia.
And we are headed back to the top for Steven Adresco. He is one of two of the Adresco brothers that both are competing today and both made it to finals.
Absolutely. They're being coached by a friend of mine. Shout out to Ethan, who got them all the way here.
And he is riding quick out of that top section, airing off that cornice, and working towards his next feature, lining up a big cliff and stomping it.
Another clean in style, maybe a little off balance in the landing, but did not phase him.
I don't look like he caught a rock in that landing, but he held on, and he is moving back into the salt and pepper section, looking for this next final feature for him. And catching a huge lip, going massive and stomping it.
That was massive for our U15 skier there.
Yeah, that was a big lip that he found. And he is moving fast into this finish corral.
He caught some good transfer there. Steven Androsco safely into the corral. A successful run behind him.
And our panel B is ready for Brielle Schwab. Sorry for the pronunciation.
You know, with 144 athletes today, it's a lot of names to get down, but Brielle is taking a nice air off the top section of the venue, keeping it nice and smooth as she comes into the Jenga tower. Lining up another one here.
Going massive. Looks like she had a little back slap that unfortunately caused her to have a little spill, but she is back on her feet and skiing with a head tap.
A head tap on the move, it looked like.
She knew what she was doing. She was like, I'm going to tell him I'm good, but I'm continuing on with my run.
Brielle coming in through the debris field. Showing some strong turns, but keeping it nice and mellow as she comes into the corral.
And we are moving back to our U15 ski men with Rudy Steves from Team Giver.
And the wind is picking up in this moment right now. Watching all the flags flap in the bottom, it is quite relentless for that gust right there.
Absolutely. Somehow all of our flags still standing and not flying across the venue.
Thankful for the team that did such a good job securing our venue here at the bottom. All right, our next athlete, Rudy Steves, Team Giver Freeride.
As he airs off the cornice, first one to take the nose of the cornice there. As he catches another air off that rock.
Big arcing turn there.
Making his way towards the side of the Jenga tower. Looks like he's going to take off that nose. Taking it as a double and stomping.
Yeah, oh, with a nice air there.
With hitting that wind lip onto the next one. Going massive and stomping it.
A fun creative use to that bottom, too, where we've seen a lot of athletes just ski straight down through the debris field. Harry and Rudy be a little more creative and take it more across the venue, using the whole thing to his advantage.
Yeah, be able to find the wind lips that you can't see rock on, but those lips are there. Nice work, Rudy. Into the finish corral.
All right, our next athlete, back to U15 ski women, Alexis Gronick from Reno, Nevada, Palisades Tahoe Freeride team.
As she drops into the venue, coming off the very top, airing in off that cornice.
Staying nice and controlled as she comes into this next feature here, catching some air to her feet.
And she is moving quick through the center section of the venue.
Coming in around the Jenga tower here and up onto this lone rock with a nice pop off the side.
Catching some side air there. moving towards this bottom section, lining up her next air, choosing her takeoff.
Nice techie turns into that entrance. She came to her feet. Unfortunately, a little bit of a control issue there, but she is moving and up again. And she's going to make her way into the debris field. Nice big arcing turns here from Alexis.
As she's moving into this bottom debris chunk. Get a nice shifty and finishing into the corral.
Alexis in the bottom of the corral. Getting all the support from her friends. And we're going to head back up to panel A, Finn McCashin.
Another local boy from Golden Freeride Club. Let's see what he has, what his take is on this venue.
He wants to shout out his mom, dad, and his coach, Will. And luckily, we still have the sun poking through, even though the wind is moving. It's so excellent to see the sunshine. Really brings a nice vibe to any freeride competition day.
Turns the base area into a beach vibe.
100%. It's a party here at the bottom. I honestly just turned around and a huge flock of spectators here at the bottom. All right. Sounds like there's some communication with the TD, making sure the venue is all set and ready for the next athlete. Okay, panel A, judges are ready for Finn. Coming to you from the Golden Freeride Club. Home resort kicking horse, Finn is on course.
Airing off that top cornice, rallying into the next air, and lining up this next feature, taking it as a double.
And moving across towards the lookers left of the venue to catch that nice up and over air on the side.
Hitting the same air that Steven hit a little earlier.
And coming in to another one here, I can feel it.
Looks like he's going for that center clip, popping early and stomping it.
Looks like maybe he got a little bucked on his takeoff, but it absolutely did not faze him because he took that 2 bolts.
Yeah, maybe a little off-axis takeoff, but he is in the finish corral on his feet.
And some good reaction time and athleticism it takes for athletes to, get a little bucked on the takeoff, but still pull it back together for a clean landing.
Absolutely.
All right, back to U15 ski women next. Luciana Baranchuk will be next, and she likes to go by Lulu.
Well, Lulu is skiing for the Sugar Bowl Academy.
Another Tahoe athlete.
Tahoe really showing up in force out here today.
Lulu says her favorite thing about the freeride community is how everyone is so inclusive and nice to one another. And again, as we were talking about, not something you see in all sports. So really awesome to see that when we ask the athletes what their favorite thing about freeride is, almost every single one says the community.
Yeah, I can tell you that when I played soccer in high school, I was not friends with the other team.
And that's something we really see is the athletes going, from team to team and becoming friends with their, not only competitors on their team, but the other teams as well, the other regions, from North America to South America, our Chileans and Argentinians mixing in with our North Americans. It's so beautiful to see.
Absolutely, and the judges are ready for Lulu. And she is dropping in out of our start 2 off the cornice. She's taking that next air, nice, controlled in the air, making some smooth turns. She's lining up this side air off this cliff, taking it high, airing
Nice.
back into the chute.
Nice air from the lone rock there from Lulu. Coming back into our Jenga tower. Taking this left bottom block from our tower.
And unfortunately landing in that little uphill rock well and losing her skis. But she's on her feet, arms in the air.
She is stoked. So we know that Lulu is okay. Unfortunately, did not keep her skis underneath her, which means she will receive a DNF, which means did not finish. So unfortunately, no score there from Lulu, but like we said, uncontrolled environment, and sometimes that's just the name of the game.
Absolutely, and she chose her correct takeoff. It looks like she just might have come up a little bit short and landed on a little more uphill than she was expecting.
All right, we do have a ninja, part of our ski retrieval team, to come and grab Lulu's ski and bring it to her.
And Lulu got her skis back on and is working her way into the finish corral. Unfortunate about the skis, but she is young and she will be back. And we are going back to the start with a Mad River Glen skier, Ben Killian.
Vermont representing Ben Killian. All right, getting word that he is ready to drop in.
And he is on course on our lookers left side of the venue, making his way down that ridge, working it back and forth, skiing fast. As he disappeared behind the ridge there,
Yeah,
but coming back up over these rocks, catching a rock in his landing, unfortunately, losing both of his skis and sliding down. He is trying to self-arrest and stop. Definitely a little disappointed to land on some of those rocks. Being the first one into that area.
That is not an easy section up there. It looks really technical, really sharky.
Yeah, it gets a lot of wind on there, kind of changing how the snow feels. He's standing up. Looks like he is okay.
Which is always, the most important thing. It's, I'm sure disappointing for these athletes to feel not put down the run that they wanted to, but, safety is always the prioritization of our athletes.
Absolutely. And while we wait for our ski ninjas to grab his skis, we are going to have a word from our sponsors.
There's nothing like the thrill of discovering a new ski spot, but you can't underestimate the challenge.
Okay, Simon, go left at the beginning, then right, and rip it.
That's why you need someone by your side who knows the terrain, no matter how experienced you are.
That was a good one.
Let's do it again?
Yeah.
There's nothing like that click. That moment where everything just falls into place. Where movements become muscle memory. And control feels like freedom. Every version of yourself echoing, teaching you, pushing you to that point. The moment you know you're exactly where you're meant to be.
All right, and Ben has his skis returned to him, which means we will head back to panel B for our next U15 ski women, Hannah Fastenot.
Yeah, great. Big thanks to all of our volunteers and ski ninjas making it look easy, carrying all that extra gear all the way down back to Ben.
I wonder how the conditions have changed in the morning, if they have. We're seeing a little bit of the sun disappear, so the light seems to be getting a little bit flatter. And interesting to know how the snow is changing, if the temperatures are dropping up there, and how that's making a factor in the skiing the athletes are going to do today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure that it's getting any... The snow, it was pretty cold last night, so the snow should be pretty similar with these winds blowing and keeping it cold. Really, we would be more worried about a warming and changing the snow conditions, but the wind could be changing takeoffs and all of that, different things that they had lined up before, but these riders are the best of the best, and they're going to have to make do with what they are given.
It's so impressive to, really resonate with the fact that all of these athletes are juniors. The skiing and snowboarding that we've seen just feels such a high level of skiing and riding. So really showing off what these juniors have been practicing, working with their coaches. Really exciting to see them train all year for this level of competition.
Absolutely. And this isn't even our youngest category in IFSA, is it?
No, we have a U12 category, and something that's really exciting about U12 is they don't compete for points the way that U15 and U19 do. It's really just an introduction series to get them, feeling what it feels like to be a free rider. And we take that into consideration when choosing venues for them as well. They are scaled down to be safer for our youngest group of athletes.
Yeah, but it really does prepare them, which is awesome. Most of these athletes start there. And we are working back up to the top with Hannah Fashionet.
Hannah Fashionet, I believe.
Fashionet. You know what?
We're
I'm letting you
doing
take
our
the lead
best.
on that one. She's a flathead free rider. She is dropping in over the cornice now.
Making some nice turns up top here.
Looks like the sun's trying to peek through there for her.
Coming through the clouds as Hannah comes into the Jenga section here.
Lining up.
A far left air on this Jenga block.
Oh,
Unfortunately not quite putting it to her feet, but showing really strong self-arrest as we were talking about. Self-arresting is when an athlete is able to stop themselves from sliding, and Hannah did such a beautiful job of showing that.
and I can confirm that it is very difficult to slow down in these conditions when it's firm and on these steep venues like they're skiing. It is a difficult task to slow down.
It's really not easy, and it's something, when I was coaching Freeride, is I would take my athletes to a steep slope and have them penguin slide on their belly and then have them practice getting their skis underneath them. So it's something we really encourage all of the coaches to work on with their athletes because it's scary to slide.
Yeah.
So there can be a minute of panic, but what we're really trying to show is that, they've practiced that. Okay, I've practiced sliding before. I don't need to panic. I need to focus on getting my feet below me. And Hannah did a great job of showing that off
Absolutely.
there.
And we're back up to the top with Landon Glover from Grand Targhee. He is on course, aired off the cornice. Big 360 off that air. Unfortunately, getting a little caught up in that landing, but he's back on his feet and moving. He's lining up this next cliff right here.
Landon taking a smooth entrance there, putting that to his feet.
Looks like he's moving towards the bottom section of our Jenga tower. Going big off the side of it.
I don't think we've seen that exact exit out of the Jenga tower there. I think that was a new one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with everyone coming in through inspection, kind of, if it made a little lip right there above the take of the cliff.
And Landon, I think, has one more air for us here. Off the debris nugget and into the corral.
Yeah, he had a big 360 up top. Just unfortunately, it's really steep and pretty firm in that top section. So being able to put his feet back below him and continue his run, very impressive.
All right, we have Sage Gavra next on course, another local to the Golden Freeride Club. In off the cornice she goes into the top section of Whitewall, lining up her first air here to her feet.
Stomping it clean and moving fast over to the top of the Jenga tower.
Coming into the Jenga tower, being very particular with where she wants to go. So she can take a clean exit there and loop it back around for one more.
Yeah, moving towards our bottom Jenga block there. Going off the nose, stomping it out.
Huge air there. You could tell she was really using all the strength she had to keep it on her feet and then rip some turns here in the midsection.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of people can lose it, is when they're in that squatted position. They're out of the, you don't have as much control, so getting out of that as quick as possible was very smart by Sage. making her way through this bottom debris field, catching every little air with a Cossack, my personal favorite trick.
For the crowd. They love to see it. Hearing all of the cheers at the bottom. Successful skiing from our local rider, Sage. All right. Will Follis will be our next athlete to drop. Back to panel A for U15 ski men. He's coming to you from the Alta Bird Freeride team.
Yeah, and he might have a little bit of difficult conditions here with this weather, clouds moving in and some wind. It's very flat light out there. You can't really tell that there are moguls and debris chunks everywhere, but I'm excited to see what he can do up here.
You know, Wyatt, you had said earlier that when the light gets flat, there's a reason they call this venue the White Wall. And a little more sun peeking out now, but I think I got a glimpse of what you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, and it's even worse from the top. On the bottom, you can see a little bit more definition with the rocks, but from the top, you can't see those rocks. So let's see what Will does. He has dropped off the cornice and straight into his next air.
Will seeming unfazed by the conditions right now because he is moving with speed into the Jenga tower.
He's on top of the Jenga tower right now, lining up his air.
Smooth exit there, and then looping it back around for some more.
And then a nice hop turn through that chute, keeping his controlled speed and lining up this bottom air. Going huge.
Huge to his feet.
And moving fast through this bottom section now.
Yeah, arced a huge turn to turn it back around.
Yeah.
And then making some more here through the debris field. Our Alta Bird rider, no stranger to steep terrain there at Snowbird. So Will really showing off what he's been working on as he comes in for another air on the debris nugget, and into the corral he goes.
And if you are just joining us now, we are midway through our U15 ski category at our Junior Freeride Championships here at Kicking Horse Mountain Resort.
Absolutely. This is the finals day of competition here at JFC. So we had U15 qualifiers on Sunday, U19 yesterday. The top half of each division advanced into finals today.
And on course right now, we have Elizabeth Drummond from the Summit Team Colorado. She airs in off the cornice and is moving towards her next feature, biting off the nose of that rock.
Coming into the Jenga tower here, staying nice and controlled.
And making some nice controlled hop turns down that spine ridge, holding it together as she moves down to the bottom of the Jenga tower.
Yeah, really Billy goated her way through that top section.
Yeah, I really like how she'd be able to ride down that finger and still catch the air as she makes another one clean off the bottom Jenga tower and moves her way into the debris field.
And the hardest part of the venue is behind her. Now it's just up to her to make some clean turns to the bottom, catch a few more airs if she chooses, and put a nice bow on the end of her run. All right, a successful run for Elizabeth Drummond.
Yeah.
Team Summit, Colorado.
Absolutely. And if you can't tell from here, they have some bamboo on top of the top of Jenga Tower, which our technical director, I think, decided to close off the top section. So she worked her way right down that closed boundary, was able to find a very unique line down that spine ridge.
All right, next athlete, U15 ski man, Harlan Jeffries.
Skiing for Grand Targhee Ski and Snowboard Foundation. coming out of my hometown. Excited to see what he can do. Coming off the cornice there.
With the clean air off the cornice into the venue.
Catching some nice air in the middle there above the Jenga tower. Lining up his next air. Going big. And redirecting straight off the next air.
Absolutely. Really had to lay on those edges to control his speed for the next one.
He did it as a double, hitting it one and then straight into the next one.
And coming in with some speed to the bottom here.
Very fast run from Harlan. He's stoked.
I love being able to see it in their body language as they come up to the corral of them being so proud of what they've done.
Absolutely. They've been working with their coaches and everyone, their parents, and their friends all year just to be able to put down these runs at the championships in finals day.
Back to ski women next. Grace Polson will be our next athlete to drop. Another athlete from the Alta Bird Freeride team. When asked any competition results that she's been proud of, she says all of them because they are all important to learn from and be proud of. And that really fills my freeride heart to hear that, you know, whether it's a win or a stomp, she's taking every lesson that she's learned and applying it to her future of freeride.
Yeah, it's a really important way to think about it because if you can't take your failures and put them into a success or at least turn them into something you don't want to do again, then it's going to be hard for you to progress in this sport.
A very mature answer out of our U15 ski female rider here. And she also says her favorite part about freeride is that it's like one big family of freeriders. So one more time highlighting the really beautiful sense of community that we have here at the IFSA. Stretching from Alaska to Patagonia, JFC, our championship series here for the juniors, is the largest freeride event in the world with just about 290 athletes.
Which is an unreal number.
A wild amount of human beings to ski 3 different venues in 3 days.
And we are back at the top with Grace dropping in now. Coming out of start 2, airing off that cornice. Working her way back to the middle of white wall. Lining up her first feature.
Clean to her feet as she gets on that edge to control her speed and bring it back across to the Jenga tower.
Moving through that middle section of the white wall. Lining up. And taking the nose of that cliff. Unfortunately, landing a little bit uphill, but back on her feet and moving on to the next cliff.
She is not letting it slow her down as she points it to her feet off the lower block of the Jenga tower.
Yeah, and that is a very smart thing by Grace, where our technical director and judges, if you lose a ski, they want you to take the easiest route down. But if you just have a little tumble, continue your line because your run is not over yet.
Absolutely. Still getting scored if your skis are on your feet. So Grace, is she going to come in for one more here? Yes, she is, with the spready.
Big old spready.
Into the corral. All right, next athlete, U15 ski men. Again, dual panel, keeping it rapid fire for us here today. Max got it from Whistler, the Whistler Freeride Club.
Yes, with many Whistler Freeride kids to come, I know they all want to shout out their coach, Derek Foose.
Max says here his favorite thing about freeride is that he loves his coaches. Love to see, you know, the different generations of freeride inspiring each other.
Yes, definitely. And the Freeride Club in Whistler has put out some incredible athletes. And let's see what Max can do as he drops into the venue.
Max was first place in the Whistler 3-star this year. Look at him catching some nice air as he pops back to the ridge line.
Working his way behind the ridge here. Seeing where he's going to come over the top. Looks like he's coming down and around the lower section of our looker's left side of the venue. Catching some nice air back into the venue.
We have not seen that area be used yet successfully. So congrats to Max as he comes in to another air here, lining up.
He's working his way down to the middle section of Salt and Pepper. Looks like he's going to go all the way down to the lower nose and find his takeoff. Before pointing it straight and popping a huge 360 to his feet.
Wow, we have not yet seen any athletes spin over the Salt and Pepper section. One more tweaked out shifty there for Max as he brings it into the corral.
Absolute clean run from Max.
That was really exciting skiing to watch.
Yeah.
All right, next athlete. Dropping in Samantha Waite from Mad River Glen Free Ski Team.
As she makes her way down that ridge, airing it off the cornice, back into the middle section of Whitewall.
Catching some air off the side of that upper feature there.
Moving towards that lone Jenga block on the side.
Our lone Jenga block.
Pointing
Samantha going huge and taking that to her feet.
Going fast and pointing it out the bottom. Just trying to hold it together as she's moving quick through a debris field. Snaking her way through all the debris.
I think that was one of the fastest runs we've seen so far
It
today.
might have
Samantha
been.
going also I think the biggest we've seen off that lone Jenga
Yeah, to
block.
be able to take it off the nose and pop it into that middle, it's almost a dish in there. So strong legs.
And then to just straight line out of it as well. Like, oh, yep, hit that massive air, doesn't phase me. I'm going to cook it to the bottom.
We like to call that max fluidity.
Max fluidity. I hope the judges are taking note of that because that was so impressive.
And the other thing is, during that straight line, she was never really out of control. She was holding it together, making big turns. So that shouldn't deduct on her control at all.
Because sometimes I feel like you see athletes straight line and you're like, are you straight lining because you can't turn or are you straight lining because you want to? But that really felt like Samantha was straight lining because she wanted to.
I don't know if it was even a straight line. She was edge to edge.
You're right. No, she was carving some turns. It was just so fast. It felt so straight.
Absolutely. And we got it.
Awesome. That was really impressive.
We're gonna go back to the top with another East Coaster from the J Peak Free Ski and Ride team, Ryder Anderson.
Ryder says this is his 3rd year at JFC. So what an accomplishment to qualify 3 times in a row for junior championships.
And our judges are ready for Ryder. You can see him waving his arms up there, telling the camera he's ready to drop as he rolls in off the cornice. Straight into a big 360 in the middle section.
Already coming into the Jenga tower here. Off the lone Jenga block he goes.
Catching some air, moving over underneath the Jenga tower, looking towards the bottom Jenga block. Making his way, pointing it straight towards the nose with a 360 straight to his feet.
2 360s so far for Ryder. Really showing off the style component in Freeride.
Very controlled as well, being able to shut it down and keep it clean all the way out the bottom. Coming into this last nugget here with another 360
a right side 360 that time, so spinning in both directions.
I have to say, these U15 athletes are really impressive with spinning both directions off of a wind lip, a cliff, and then a nugget at the bottom.
Very impressive. All right, Madeline Beck, coming to you from Whistler Freeride Club, likes to go by Maddie, will be our next athlete to drop, and there we can see her off the cornice into the bowl. Coming far, lookers left.
Working our way towards that middle section. Making some nice turns over these cliffs.
Very controlled skiing
Yeah.
right now.
Finding a nice air off that side air.
Maddie keeping it nice and groovy as she comes up into our salt and pepper section.
As she works her way through the middle, we'll see where she ends up at this bottom section. And she looks like she's going for this center punch cliff here, pointing it straight off and stomping it.
That was huge and clean and controlled and impressive skiing out of Maddie. One more final bop as she makes her way into the finish corral.
And we're going back to another Whistler Freeride Club kid, Grayson Jones.
Back-to-back Whistler athletes right now. Grayson just got word that the judges are ready for Grayson. He wants to shout out his parents. All right, Grayson already off the cornice and into the bowl, catching some air, making his way skiers left of Whitewall venue.
Looking for this next cliff right here, popping it off the nose, going huge. Unfortunately, little bit too much of an impact in that landing and losing both of his skis.
Working on self-arresting. You can see he got his feet underneath him.
He's giving us a head tap as he's sliding down. And as you can see, it's just so firm that it's hard to slow down.
It really is, but we have the head tap. We know that Grayson is okay. And while Grayson gets some help from the ski retrieval team, we will be right back after a minute from some of the brands that help support Freeride.
Waiting on the edge of this moment, holding out for something golden. Found a light on a hill. I was waking up, looking for peace in a world that's divided. Gotta hold on tight when you find it. I was turning around, I was waking up. You're pulling me right in, rotate to you again. I'll live the rest of my life by your side. I wanna stay here forever, playing it all like the radio. Don't see how it could be better. All I know is don't let go. Stuck in a head rush about it. We're spinning fast, we're moving slow. I don't know how, but we found it. Something supernatural. Oh, this feels like home, supernatural.
There's nothing like the thrill of discovering a new ski spot, but you can't underestimate the challenge.
Okay, Simon, go left at the beginning, then right, and rip it.
That's why you need someone by your side who knows the terrain, no matter how experienced you are.
That was a good one.
Let's do it again?
Yeah.
Alrighty, and we are back. Grayson is safely at the bottom with his skis, which means we are moving to our next U15 ski women. Penelope Coughlin will be next. And she says this year she won the Palisades 2-star as well as the Kirkwood 3-star. Okay, she is already on venue.
Bottom section here. Lining up underneath the Jenga tower.
Coming into our last Jenga block here on the looker's right.
Taking it off the nose.
Huge air. Holding on. Looks like she was maybe a little off balance there for a second, but it did not phase Penelope because she is on her feet and cooking into the corral.
And she is moving fast down into the bottom section here.
That was a successful stomp from Penelope there. She wants to give a shout out to her family, friends, and coaches, Palisades Tahoe Freeride team.
And we are going straight back to the top. Because
William Androsco.
the other Androsco brother.
coming to you from the Snow Basin Freeride team.
Let's see what Will can do for us here. As he's coming in out of our start one, dropping off the cornice.
Quick work of the venue up top here.
Moving quick.
Along the ridge line, where will he pop out?
I think he's coming all the way down the ridge again. Airing off the very top. Holding
Whoa.
it together.
As he now navigates into our salt and pepper section of the venue.
First person to take off the top of that nose. As he goes with a massive scream and steaming.
Little bit of a backslide, but did not phase William. He's cruising some turns into the bottom. What a wild ride from William.
Awesome work. Honestly, I was a little worried. I thought he was going to lose it off that top air, but he just held it together, which is awesome.
We talk a lot about that cat-like reflex we see from a lot of our athletes and how exciting it is to watch someone get a little off balance but then be able to really pull it back together to stay on their feet.
Absolutely.
Our next athlete will go back to U15 ski women panel B, Quinn Phillipson from the Whistler Freeride Club. Quinn was first at Stevens Pass this year and third at Crystal, which I'm sure, contributed to her ranking points to be qualified here for JFC, and then must have had a successful run to be here in finals today.
Definitely, and we are getting word that the judges are ready for Quinn to drop in.
Quinn straight off the cornice and into the venue.
Lining up this nest nugget here.
Catching some nice air there. She continues on, traversing to the Jenga section.
She is lining up this lone Jenga cliff as she pops off it, catches Tranny, and holds it together.
Arcing a nice turn. Looking whether she's going to head over to Looker's left or just pin it to the bottom, which looks like we might have a taker for pinning it to the bottom. Quinn showing some nice arcing turns here through the debris field.
Yeah, skiing smart through this bottom section. As she comes
Whistler,
in.
Coming into the last debris nugget here with the shifty tail grab. Our Whistler Freeride Club athlete with a successful run behind her on white wall.
And our next athlete, we have Duke Woodman from the Big Sky Ski Education Foundation. There's a Montana flag flying down here.
Oh, yeah, our northern region showing up here at JFC. He wants to give a shout out to Atomic and GoPro. All right. We are just waiting to hear that the judges are ready for Duke. As the day's going on, we're starting to see a little bit less of the sunshine, and the color of the venue and the color of the sky are unfortunately starting to match a little bit more.
Yeah, and that is part of this venue with having no definition on it besides the cliffs that you're hitting. it makes it very difficult to ski in whiteout conditions. So these athletes are definitely going to have to rethink their lines. If they are going really big, they might have to think about some trajectory or what they saw in inspection, because it was sunny during inspection.
Absolutely. So they had that moment this morning to take a look at the features, get on snow, inspect their line, but they were not able to practice any of their features or run their line top to bottom. So here in Region 2, all the athletes are given the opportunity to really get up and close to their features and figure out their line. And like you were saying, Wyatt, it was sunny this morning, but part of freeride is how the conditions change throughout the day and how that factors into their decision making.
Yes. And with it being whiteout conditions, that doesn't affect the judging because they can see still. It is not snowing or foggy out here, so this will not stop the competition.
And I was actually looking, our judges pit is all the way across the way over there. So they're higher up on the far hill so they can see up behind that really strong tower. But on course right now, Duke is in it.
With a big 360 right there.
Wasting no time over to the Jenga tower.
Moving fast. Catching some air, jumping back off the Jenga tower, and bringing it back again for another air off the side of the Jenga tower.
But not done yet, because he's got a huge left side 3 on that final block
and another
of the Jenga
360
tower.
off of that wind lip.
He is
And
not
another
done.
360 off the wind lip. That was 4 360s.
That was wild. Duke showing that he's got the spins.
Just making sure he gets every feature.
And you know, when an athlete spins a feature, it doesn't change the value of the line score, but it does contribute to their style points and their overall rider level, which is that overall impression of their run, determining how high above their line they can score. So Duke, a successful run behind him, which means we are heading back over to Panel B, Zoe Clark, U15 Ski Women on course.
Erin off the top of the cornice. Looks like, unfortunately, she might have gotten a little stuck in her landing, but she is continuing on, catching some air off that nugget. Moving down the middle section of Whitewall here, coming through this chute. Maybe lining up the side air off this lone cliff.
Nice air off the left side of Lone Rock there. Skier's left as she makes her way into the bottom section of the Jenga tower.
As she lines up her bottom air here, finding her trajectory. As she catches some air, really flat light, definitely hard to tell where they are landing and where they're taking off.
Absolutely, and I felt very intentional behind all of her turns, making sure that she stayed very calculated and precise because, like you mentioned, Wyatt, the light is flat right now. It's really hard to see the definition in the snow. So kudos to Zoe for keeping it controlled and clean and safe, strong riding.
As she comes into this last debris chunk, a little shifty, and down into the finish corral.
Felt like you could see in her body language there in that last one, almost a sigh of relief. She could ease back a little bit. She could see her landing a little bit more and kind of a little more dynamic in that last air.
Definitely.
All right, our next athlete to drop is going to be Sylvian Cushing from the Uller Big Mountain team.
Says here, Sully has gotten first in Fernie, Revelstoke, and Panorama in 2024. So he's been working all year to come back here to our championships, and let's see what he can do.
Sullivan is going to be our 51st athlete to drop today, too. So we're just over a third of the way through our finals event here at JFC at Kicking Horse Mountain Resort.
And right now, looking out at the weather, it doesn't look like it might change for the rest of the day. So this could be what we see for the rest of the athletes.
I think we are pretty socked in here for the rest of the competition.
I can't tell if I want the sun to come back for the athletes or for my toes.
Honestly, probably for both. We could do two birds with one stone there. And I'm seeing a couple of flurries. I can't tell if they're from the wind moving some snow around or if there is some proper weather coming in as well.
In our forecast, we did see a little bit of snow moving this direction, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's coming from our clouds.
It's funny how all we want as skiers is snow, but then for comp day, snow throws such a curveball for us.
Absolutely, and Sully is dropping in right now out of start 2, airing off that cornice.
Staying super fast as he traverses and catches another air towards the lookers left of the venue.
Looking like he's lining up the top of this cliff here, popping into this chute, holding it together.
Coming up on our wall ride air there. And then into Salt and Pepper.
Catching another air, riding over some rock. Moving down towards the bottom of the Salt and Pepper section. Looks like he's going to take this middle cliff here. Pointing it straight and going big. Oh! Unfortunately getting bucked off that takeoff. And landing sideways and losing his skis.
But we got the head tap from Sullivan, so we know that he is okay. Luckily, his skis are not too far from him either, so I'm sure it'll take him just a second to grab his gear and then be back on his way into the corral.
Yeah, take a minute.
And while he grabs his things, we will be back momentarily.
There's nothing like the thrill of discovering a new ski spot, but you can't underestimate the challenge.
Okay, Simon, go left at the beginning, then right, and rip it.
That's why you need someone by your side who knows the terrain, no matter how experienced you are.
That was a good one.
Let's do it again?
Yeah.
Alrighty, free riders, welcome back. We are getting ready to continue on our competition, our finals day here at JFC, and we have our next athlete on course.
It is Bodie Johnson. Somehow there was a confusion during the break.
Bodie with the nice 360 up top.
Moving in quick. And big off that rock.
You know, I don't know if we've seen an air quite to that amplitude off that feature
No,
there.
I haven't seen it taken that way off of it yet.
So Bodie making great creative work of this venue here. And, you know, the light looks pretty flat. So I am so impressed by all the athletes that are still really charging here on Whitewall. And Bodie down already from his run. Fast skiing from our Olympic Valley freestyle and freeride athlete. All right, our next athlete is going to be Charlie Rinzema, coming to you from the Whistler Freeride Club. Charlie wants to give a big shout out to her mom and dad, and here she comes, dropping off of the ridge line into the venue.
Riding down that ridge, not much definition up there, so very hard to tell where she's going.
Staying nice and controlled as she makes her way. Coming up above the feature and to her feet.
Working her way down off this side hit, going big.
That was really successful. I love to watch that.
Taking her time as she works through that salt and pepper section. As she works down into the Bermuda Triangle area. Lining up a big cliff.
A little bobble, but it did not. Oh, no.
With no definition, it is so hard to tell what the run out looks like. And unfortunately, looks like she couldn't tell.
We have some movement.
And we got the head tap, so we know she's okay.
All right. Charlie is okay. Her poles are not too far from her. But yeah, as you were saying, Wyatt, there's not a lot of definition in these runouts. So these athletes are hitting cliffs like that, landing it successfully, but then just coming out with so much speed, they're not able to see any of the variability in the runout.
And these conditions right now, there are moguls on this venue. So there is so much for these athletes to take into consideration when they are dropping in these super flat-like conditions.
You know, I wonder how that changes their plan from when they inspected to competing. And a lot of the strategy that these athletes use is, okay, I'm going to have a plan A and a plan B. You know, plan A is if the sun stays out, I can hit what I intend to hit. But you know what? Let me make sure I have a backup plan in case the light gets flat and I can't see, that I know what I can do in those conditions.
Absolutely. And for me, whenever I compete in these conditions, I just try and take everything a little bit slower and make an extra turn or two.
So we have Charlie here making her way to the bottom, nice and safe.
Yeah, she had a big crash there, so hopefully she's okay.
All right, which means we are going to move back to U15 ski men. Walter Crossland will be our next athlete to drop.
Coming out of Uller Big Mountain, he is dropping out of start 2. Airing off that cornice, working his way across the venue, catching air.
All right. Walter.
Looks like he got a little caught up on a chunk of snow there, but he pulled it back together and got his air. Moving quick across this venue, lining up the side hit.
Taking that nice groovy line. We love to see the athletes come into this salt and pepper section. Staying nice and controlled, because like we said here, the light is so flat, it's so hard to see any definition in the snow.
Yeah, big key is just finding your takeoff and going big like that.
Off the Bermuda Triangle, gonna hold it nice and strong through the run out.
And here's where he's smart. He's taking it slow and taking his time because you cannot see anything down in this bottom section.
And I think that's a key thing that we're going to see here is athletes are going to have strong airs, but they need to shut it down just for the run out, not even necessarily for their line.
Absolutely. So strong skiing there by Walter.
Our next athlete, U15 ski women from Panel B, is going to be Imogen Schauberg from Jay Peak, Vermont. You know, I thought we almost saw the sun there for just a second, but it was a little deceiving because I don't think these clouds are going anywhere.
No, and hopefully they can actually lift up a little bit because they seem to be falling down, and that could change our day of competing if these clouds thicken here and our judges cannot see anymore.
Absolutely, and the IFSA has a rule that all athletes need to finish their division in order for the scores to count. Well, Region 1 plays into the 2/3 rule, where if 2/3 of the athletes finish their run, they'll still count the scores, but the IFSA wants all of the athletes to have a rundown before validating the category.
And the other part of that is they can't change their judging style and go to split judging unless the whole category runs in that. So we're going right back to the top to Imogen as she is dropping in out of start 2. As she comes up and over the cornice right here, finding her landmarks to come over the ridge.
She's staying nice and controlled up here. It's getting harder to see the athletes from where we're sitting, but Imogen lining up a nice little air there over that nugget and coming around the Jenga tower.
Working her way through the backside of the Jenga tower, keeping it nice and controlled. Coming through the Jenga tower.
We have not yet seen that.
Unique line to find that crack. Getting a little hung up off that air, but holding it together.
Still spitting it out nice and smooth. And, you know, I wonder when she came through the Jenga tower, since there's more rocks there, if there was a little more definition in that line.
I think she was able to see her line a little bit better, but now she's into the whitest part of white wall, the debris field.
Oh, which is so tricky because we know it's not smooth where she is. She has to navigate through the debris, through the variable textured terrain, but Imogen is doing an excellent job of delivering that.
Yeah, Mother Nature is really given a difficult task for these athletes today, but they're tackling it head first, just like Imogen did, making it into the finish corral.
All right, a successful run from our JP freerider. Moving back to Panel A, U15 ski men at Tavian Hattig.
And Tavian airing big off the cornice, straight into his next air, going massive.
He is not letting the visibility slow him down.
No.
That was huge.
He's got his right foot on the gas all the way to the floor. And he is working his way down the backside of that ridgeline, down to the farthest looker's left side of the venue.
Making his way up above the salt and pepper section. Getting kind of spicy up here as he takes it with some more speed.
Working down onto the Bermuda Triangle, pointing it straight, going huge as he pre-pops it.
What a recovery! Oh my goodness!
Had a little backslap in the landing, but pulled it back together and was able to hold on to it as he finishes into the corral.
You know, I feel like from the body language of someone in the air, you can usually tell whether or not they're going to land. And I was like, oh, I don't know about that one. But then to see him ride that out on his feet, really showing a lot of strength behind his
Yeah, that was
skiing there.
incredible. He also took a pretty high up takeoff. He was a little farther back than most athletes we've seen. So really impressive for him to hold it on in that landing, especially seeing that you can't see the landing.
You really can't. All right, next athlete, U15 ski women, Maya Miller. Maya's coming to us from the Palisades Freeride team. Another Tahoe athlete getting ready to drop in.
She is working her way down the ridge, airing off the cornice and into the center of Whitewall.
Catching a nice controlled air there in the middle of the Whitewall Bowl.
Working her way down towards this lone cliff. Lining up the side of the lone cliff and airing back into the chute. Keeping it to her feet.
Absolutely, from the lone cliff into the Jenga tower. Little bit of backslip, but back on her feet.
Finding a different takeoff than most people off the Jenga tower. And now she's just got to work her way down through the debris field to complete her finals day run here at the North Freeride Championships.
Maya staying nice and controlled through this section here. She is our sixth to last U15 ski women, meaning she qualified sixth on Sunday in finals. Excuse me, in qualifiers with a 360 from Maya. And just like that, we have a little bit more visibility at the bottom. Not much, but enough to notice some more of the features at the bottom here in the venue.
You can definitely see the X's on top of the debris now.
Which is something we could not see earlier.
Yeah, and this venue has been open to the public, so it is skied pretty hard. So there is lots of texture and moguls on this venue that these athletes are having to conquer.
All right. Our next athlete, we're going to jump back to Panel A, U15 ski men, Owen White.
Another athlete from the Whistler Freeride Club.
Owen was second this year at the Panorama 3-star. And I think, while the sun is going to continue to go in and out, this is a pocket of a bit more visibility than we've seen in the last couple riders. Hoping that the viz stays strong for the next athletes in the field.
Yeah. As it is windy down here, we can look at the top and see the flag, the start flag, flapping in the wind. So it is really gusting up there. So hopefully all of our athletes are staying warm while they wait for their run.
How do you navigate a day like today in a competition run where the weather might go in and out with visibility?
I mean, a real key is actually, I like to continue to ski a little bit around where the venue is to try and start getting used to this no definition on the venue. And here at Kicking Horse, we have the stairway chair, which you can keep lapping without doing a full lap to the bottom. So I'm sure there's a lot of athletes just taking laps there, trying to stay as warm as possible and prepare for their run.
Yeah, get a little bit of a warm-up taste for the condition. That's a smart strategy there. And it looks like we are just waiting for word from our judges to keep the competition moving. We only have 5 more U15 ski women to go. And it is staying windy down here at the bottom.
It definitely is. Trying to stay warm for everyone. Our Freeride fans are toughing it out right now.
Oh yeah, this is a tough crowd of human beings right now, bracing the elements to watch the finals run here at the Junior Freeride Championships.
I bet there might be some parents in the crowd that are wondering why their kid didn't go into surfing.
Could have played golf.
But no, we're out here because we all love the sport of freeride and skiing.
Absolutely. And, you know, we asked in their bios their favorite part about freeride, and it's just so cool to see so many of the athletes, again, talk about the community behind it. And I think that's what we're seeing here is all these human beings bracing the cold, bracing the wind to support this community and all of the elements that goes into making this event happen and making this sport the successful industry that it is. All right, and we are back.
Owen White on course, the big 360. Moving into the center of Whitewall. Popping off with a huge safety grab. Moving quick through this venue.
Not done yet. Gonna link it to another block off the bottom of the Jenga tower.
Yeah, redirecting it, taking that as a double. A little bit more sunlight, so you got a little more definition on this bottom section.
Absolutely. I can see the texture of the venue, which is always a good indication that it's easier for the riders to navigate where they are going. All right, and Owen coming into his last air here, taking the bonus debris with a left side 360 to his feet.
Yeah, very impressive run after a little hold right there we had. And it's hard to be in the start gate and waiting, getting ice in the start gate. So he just did a very good job. But we're going right back to the top with Indy Tomic.
Indy coming to you from the Whistler Freeride Club.
As she drops in out of start one, rolling down the ridge, catching air off of the cornice.
Throwing down some clean turns here, making her way lookers left of the venue.
Lining up, a nice cliff here, catching air, back into the chute.
Coming up off our sidewall hit there, clean to her feet.
Going big, moving into the salt and pepper section, finding her way through.
Staying nice and controlled. I like the stance that she's holding here through this section.
Yeah, all the athletes working through here is very important because it's high exposure.
And off the Bermuda Triangle to her feet.
Keeping it strong to her feet as she moves out through this bottom section into the finish corral, popping around.
That was an excellent run from Indy. She wants to shout out her coaches and her mom and dad. Which means next we will be heading back to Panel A, U15 ski men, William Weisenbaker.
Out of the Sugar Bowl Academy.
He was first at the Kirkwood 3-star, first at the Palisades 3-star, and first down in El Colorado at the 2-star this year in Chile.
So he's had a very traveled winter now that he's up here in Kicking Horse.
Absolutely, some promising results out of William.
And our judges are ready for William. So he will be dropping in out of start one. Airing off the cornice, working his way straight towards this looker's left side.
Making quick use of that top section of the venue as he's popping back up onto the ridge to get over far looker's left.
Working behind the ridge, coming up higher than we've seen anyone take this section before.
You're right, we have not seen anyone up that high before.
Getting into the technical NAR scenario. Catching an air out.
Really surfing that mound up there. That was fun. A lot of creativity up there.
I like it. Being able to hold the control through that mogul field there and back into the Bermuda Triangle section.
Coming into the Bermuda Triangle.
Points it off the nose. And unfortunately,
held on to that wheelie for as long as he could.
we got the head tap, so we know he's okay. But that was a heavy landing.
But his arms are in the air. He is stoked regardless.
He's claiming it. He knows he went big. Looks like he's just going to take a chill while he waits for his Ski Ninja to grab his stuff.
There's nothing like the thrill of discovering a new ski spot, but you can't underestimate the challenge.
Okay, Simon, go left at beginning, then right at rip it.
That's why you need someone by your side who knows the terrain, no matter how experienced you are.
That was a good one.
Do it again?
Yeah.
Alrighty, we are back. We just saw William Weisenbaker collect his gear with the help of our Ninja team, which means we will be heading back into Panel B, our U15 ski women, Alexa Maxwell.
And she is on course, skiing fast.
Alexa from the Whistler Freeride Club coming into the lone block of the Jenga tower.
Lining up her trajectory, finding where she wants to air off, catching some air into that chute there.
Staying nice and controlled to link it back to another bite off another block of the Jenga tower.
Stomping it clean and skiing out. Holding her control. Catching spread eagles off moguls.
Throwing down some nice turns here through the debris field. Another grab there. Throwing in some style in her run out here. And into the corral she goes. Next athlete, Casper Treadway from the Golden Freeride Club, another local here to Kicking Horse. We have a little bit more sunshine. I don't want to call it, full sun yet, but we definitely see a couple more of the rays poking through the clouds.
Yeah, it was bad there for a minute where you could not see anything, but he is dropping in off the cornice, catching air over the ridge. He's going to disappear behind the ridge here for a second. Working his way down the ridge all the way to the lowest section here.
Coming up and over his first air to his feet. We know that it's not an easy spot to navigate.
As he's catching air back into the stop pepper section. Working his way, airing through all the features. And coming back into the Bermuda Triangle section.
Taking far lookers, right entrance there to his feet. Nice and clean skiing from Casper.
As he's working his way down to the finish corral. Just keep it moving and safe into the corral.
Absolutely. Really skiing like a local there for that one. All right, back to U15 ski women. Our next athlete is going to be Sol Hostoffer. She's coming from the Crested Butte Mountain Sports Team. And for those of you that are just joining us, we are going to we have been in a dual panel judging format, meaning we have two separate sets of judges, one judging the women and one judging the men, so that way we can keep the competition moving as fast as possible and bring you all the action.
Yeah, we are almost done with our U15 ski women and midway through our ski men.
Absolutely. So this is our finals day here at JFC, meaning that the U15s qualified on Sunday, the U19s were yesterday, and the top half of each division moved on to finals. They are running in reverse order, so we only have 3 ski women left, meaning Sol finished with the third highest score on the qualifier day.
And she is dropping in now from start 2, coming over the ridge.
Making quick work of this midsection here. Showing us some really calculated turns.
Showing us why she got into where she is in Junior Freeride Championships. Skiing fast, controlling her speed. Catching some great air off there. And just pointing it out the bottom. Going fast.
Coming in with some speed through this run out. Oh my goodness.
Holding it together through all of the chunder. Incredible work by Sol.
Really swift skiing there. That was so fun to watch. All right. Clay Edlin from Olympic Valley Freestyle Freeride Team will be our next athlete to drop. All right, Clay dropping in to our white wall venue here at Kicking Horse Mountain Resort.
Coming out of start 2, airing off that cornice there. Pointing it back, popping the 360, keeping it smooth.
Staying nice and controlled here. We know this is not an easy section to navigate, especially as the light is going in and out of being flat, coming up on Lone Rock, with a nice air to his feet.
Moving into this bottom section of Jenga, popping early, going big.
Going huge, but unfortunately not able to stick at the landing.
Losing his ski and his landing, going big. But he's back up on his feet, putting his ski back on.
Unfortunately, raising it up in the air. I wonder if that was a victory or if it's broken. But no, it looks like he's putting it back on his feet.
He's just
now.
claiming his air.
He was stoked. Yeah. You could tell.
Absolutely, and that is important for our athletes. Is keep your vibe high.
This is Freeride.
Exactly.
All right, Clay making his way down, nice and safe. He wants to give a shout out to Wildflower Bakery at Palisades Tahoe. And looks like he's just coming out of the U12 series, so a lot of dedication to the sport and athleticism it takes to make it all the way to JFC. It's your first time as a U15. Next athlete is going to be Case Millen from Team Giver.
Right down the road from Kicking Horse here.
Yep, skiing at a Red Mountain. Canadian skier was second to qualify for finals today.
And it sounds like we're just moving a few people on venue to get ready for the next athlete.
Absolutely. Making sure that our safety team is ready to go and ready to support the athletes at the level of skiing and riding that we're seeing today.
And it just got word that our panel B is ready. Case Millen is on course, airing off the cornice.
Laying down some clean, controlled turns here around the Jenga tower.
She's working down that looker's right side of the Jenga tower. Finding her way up and through the Jenga tower.
We've only seen one other athlete do that so far today.
Calling that the wormhole.
The wormhole in the Jenga tower. I like it. Oh, getting a little caught up there, but still back on her feet and moving. Catching one more huge air. Little bit of a backslap, but she is cooking out and staying nimble to keep it together on this bumpy run out.
Pulling her feet back in. Catching air. It's incredible how just a little bit of sun changes this venue completely.
It changes the whole game completely, honestly.
Absolutely.
I'm sure it changes not only the venue, but the mindset of all of the athletes.
Yeah, definitely. You'd way rather compete in some sunny conditions.
Absolutely. Next athlete to drop, Cole Stassany from Alaska, an independent athlete.
And Cole is rolling down the ridge, moving quick above the salt and pepper section, finding his entrance to this bottom area. Catching
some
nice air off there.
with the 360 up into the salt and pepper section and going absolutely massive through that spicy terrain, cooking it out with a fast run out.
Catching a back takeoff and airing through the Chunder Pepper rocks and holding it together.
That was mind-blowing.
That was some incredible skiing there by Cole.
Very powerful skiing there.
And up next, we have Riley Watson, our #1 qualifier from yesterday, skiing at a Grand Targhee Ski and Snowboard Foundation.
And Riley had quite the run on qualifiers on Sunday. She threw a cork 7 off of the final feature, which I believe was the first ever cork 7 we've seen from a U15 female athlete in freeride.
Is that true?
I think it was. I know Hannah Epstein threw one of the first this year in freeride competition, so really exciting to see the younger division of women showing up.
I'm going to be honest, I've seen her do them at Targhee.
Yeah, you've seen it in
In real life, it's incredible.
In the wild.
It's incredible.
And not just the cork 7, but she had a huge air in her line too. So all around, really well-rounded athlete.
So I'm really excited to see what she can put down here.
And she said she won the Ski for Scotty award last year, and it was such an honor. So really embodying the overall components of a free rider, and we love to see that in Riley, and I'm just so excited to see what she's going to do as our first qualifier for finals here at JFC. We have a little bit more definition popping out. The sun wants to come out. I can feel it. Hopefully this cloud will lift a little bit more.
And the sun popping out, trying to open up the skies. It sounds like our judges are ready for Riley as we get the 3-2-1 count for the final U15 ski women athlete of the day.
And this is going to be a big one. I can feel it.
She is coming out of start 2, coming down the ridge, farther than we've seen any other skier.
Airing off the cornice to her feet.
Holding it together, coming through some of that Chunder section.
Coming into our lone block here in the Jenga Tower.
Getting a nice air, pointing it straight off the bottom. Unfortunately, landing a little flat and losing a ski in the landing. And she's up on her feet.
And there is our head tap. So we know that Riley is okay. Sometimes, I think you were saying the other day, Wyatt, that it takes the athletes a minute to assess how they're actually feeling after a crash like that, because you don't want to head tap and let everyone know that you're okay too early. Sometimes it takes a minute to identify, am I hurt or am I scared?
Yeah, definitely. And it definitely scares you a little bit when you see an athlete have a big crash and they don't head tap instantly, but that's really, it's more the proper way to do it, is to take a second, think about your body, make sure you're all good, and then give the head tap and tell everyone you're okay.
So Riley showing off everything that it takes to be a free rider, not just from the skiing and the airs, but being really calculated down to her mannerisms of communication as well.
For sure, and it's definitely a bummer. She got a little caught up in some of those bumps, and it looked like she had to point it off that cliff a little bit earlier than expected, and ended up going a little bit flat on that landing.
Absolutely, but Ski Retrieval Team Ninja has just gotten to her ski and is going to bring her gear back to her nice and safely.
And we just got word that we're actually going to hold the U19 snowboard women and just finish out our U15 ski men with Panel A right now.
All right, Riley Watson is making her way safely into the finish corral. Although she will receive a DNF today, I think we are going to see that name in Freeride for years to come.
Yes, definitely will. That Watson last name is a good one. Her brother's a good skier, and so is her sister.
Oh, so exciting. A whole family affair. We love to see it.
And up next, we're going to go back to Panel A with Reed Haynes from the Alyeska Freeride team. The sun is popping out for Reed.
All right, judges are ready for Reed.
Coming out of start gate 1, so our upper start. As Reed drops in, rolling down the ridge. As he works his way down the ridge towards our salt and pepper section.
Sun is coming out a little bit more. Second athlete we've seen to come that high up on that mound there. Throwing some nice big mountain turns through that steep section.
Making some quick work of this section and working towards the Bermuda Triangle cliff.
Coming in with a big air to his feet off the Bermuda Triangle. Shutting down the speed to come in nice and safely, but not without one more styly tail drag to the bottom. I really liked Reed's stance in that. He felt very low to his skis and gave this kind of unique feel to his balance.
Absolutely, and he's getting into whatever position feels good enough to ski out of that cliff.
I loved it. So we got word that we are going to break for our U19 snowboard women, meaning we're not going to roll into them just yet. We're going to continue with our U15 ski men. So it will take a couple minutes for the judges to finish scoring Reed and then move into Ethan. And it's funny because that's the pace that a normal freeride competition runs without a dual panel. So it really kind of highlights the efficiency of having a dual panel system.
Absolutely. So we're going to have this for the next 4 athletes.
And then I think we're going to have to wait and see what the plan is.
Yeah.
Because Reed was almost our 70th athlete to drop. And with 144 athletes today, we'll have to see where the conditions take us. Alrighty, we are getting ready to drop our next U15 ski men. Ethan scored. Coming to you from the Uller Big Mountain team, Lake Louise and Banff are his home mountains.
As he's airing across the way, and it looks like he's skiing with one ski pole today because he has a broken hand.
Well, remember his run from the last one? We're like, did he lose a pole? Then we got word, nope, his hand's just broken.
Yeah.
And he's still casually competing at JFC.
And casually skied his way into the 4th place qualifier. So
I know, qualified 4th with a broken hand. Impressive.
yeah, he went very big as well. So let's see what he does here now. Pointing it into the bottom triangle cliff. Going huge and stomping it out. And he's just claiming it all the way out the finish corral.
Oh yeah, one pole in hand. He is stoked.
He just completed his run at the finals day of Junior Freeride Championships with a broken hand. Yeah, that was a great run.
Absolutely.
So
While the judges take a minute to score Ethan, we'll be skipping panel B and continuing with panel A to Hazen Abbott will be our next athlete to drop. Hazen had a really strong run at qualifiers on Sunday. He qualified 2nd for finals today, so 2nd highest points out of his field on Sunday.
Yeah, it was not an easy task. That was such an incredible field and incredible skiing by all of our U15s. I think I saw more 360s landed off of a cliff by a U15 than I ever have in my ski career.
It was impressive. The level of free riding is going up.
And we're just getting word that the reason we are sticking with our Panel A and finishing out our U15 is that they are going to remove some bamboo that is on the course that is having a closure for our U15 category and opening it up so our U19s can take that air that was closed to the U15s.
And that's the work that our technical director does, is decides which features are appropriate for which category. So something that might be deemed too big for a U15 athlete is in play for a U19 athlete. So it's really interesting to see how they scale the venue to determine which features are appropriate for which age category.
Definitely, and there are probably a couple airs on this venue that are closed to all people.
Absolutely. No, they have definitely closed off a few airs to all divisions, just keeping it safe for all of the athletes.
And we are on venue with Hazen. Popping a nice big pole plant 360.
Really floaty through that maneuver there.
Yes. And moving quick into this middle section, lining up and popping off this cliff, but controlling his speed so he can move underneath the Jenga tower. Very controlled skiing by Hazen.
With another huge left side 360 straight to his feet.
And skiing fast out of this bottom section, soaking up all of these debris balls.
Absolutely ripping through the bottom. Our Smuggler's Notch Ski Club athlete coming into the corral with some power. Alrighty, our next final athlete to drop for U15 ski men will be Tucker Altoff.
I've got a feeling we might be a minute before him with that was a very heater run. Put down.
It's gonna take the judges a couple minutes to calculate those points and give him the score he deserves for that beautiful run.
And the stoke is high down here in the finish crawl as we are getting ready to drop our final U15 athlete of the day.
Tucker Altoff getting ready to drop in, representing Sugar Bowl Academy.
Coming out of start 2, he is waving his hands, telling the camera that he's ready to go, dropping in off of the cornice. Our first place qualifier from Sunday. Coming down the ridge, popping a couple nice airs as he moves in.
Showing off some styly turns as he comes in with an air there to then continue his traverse. Far lookers left, up and over that hump he goes to his feet.
Working his way quick through the salt and pepper section, popping his turns fast, finding his way into his bottom air, looking like he's going towards the Bermuda Triangle, coming a different trajectory than most. Going big over the whole thing.
He had a really clean pop. You know, he didn't come in with as much speed there, but the way he was able to pop and catch that takeoff to the air was really, really well done.
Yeah, very
work there.
controlled by Tucker and all of our U15 athletes.
So we are just going to wait for word on which panel is going to drop next and which athletes they're going to run now that we are finished with all of our U15 competitors.
And it sounds like we are going to remove some of the bamboo for our U19 athletes to be able to take part of the Jenga block at a different trajectory. And they are just having one of our Ski Ninja volunteers drop in and remove that bamboo.
Alrighty, we are back. Going to start our U19 snowboarders. So we are all wrapped up with our U15 athletes. Awesome job we saw out of our youngest age division so far this year at JFC. And they're going to continue to roll out panel B first to bring us back to our dual panel system. So our next athlete to drop is going to be Simone McWhorter from the Palisades Freeride team. Simone will be our first U19 snowboard female to drop here at finals. If you are just joining us, today is our finals day at Junior Freeride Championships, meaning that the U15 athletes qualified on Sunday, U19 athletes qualified yesterday, and the top half from each division is competing here today at finals on Whitewall at Kicking Horse.
Yeah, and we just watched go down by our U15 competitors. They just finished up their day of competing at finals, and we just watched some incredible runs. And we will be moving on to our U19 snowboard women as our first U19 athlete.
U19 athlete. We saw some pretty awesome skiing and riding yesterday from our venue at Compton's from our U19 athletes. Was there anything really notable that you saw, Wyatt?
I saw quite a few clean and very big airs on Compton's. There's a big shelf at the bottom there that I saw a lot more people take to their feet than I was expecting going into the day, honestly. How about you?
So exciting.
Oh, and we are live on course with our first athlete.
Simone making her way through this top section. Looks like she's going to line up that little feature there and take a nice bop around it.
She's moving through this middle section.
Making some nice short radius turns through this steep section of our venue.
Coming up towards the Lone Rock, which is now open to our U19 athletes to take from the top. But looks like she is opting for the side trajectory.
Picking exactly where she wants to bop off. Little bit of a butt check, but Simone is back on her feet and moving.
Moving over towards the bottom section of the Jenga cliff.
Coming up into the Jenga tower. Lining up her takeoff. And pointing it to her feet. Little bit of a control issue, but she's up and moving.
Working her way down through the bottom section.
This year, Simone was first at the Palisades 3-star and 2-star, first at the Kirkwood 3-star, and also earned a ski for Scotty Buckle. So, absolute freerider through and through. Simone knows what she is doing. Our Tahoe athlete getting ready to come into our final debris nugget with one more hit and wrap it up into the corral.
Yeah, and that was our first U19 athlete of the day.
And my understanding right now is that we are going to continue with our Panel B athletes. So we are going to wait for Panel B to judge Simone and then jump to our next Panel B athlete, another U19 ski women, so we can get back on track for our dual panel system. All right. The wind is certainly not slowing down, but it looks like the clouds may be, because there's a little bit more sun poking through than we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely helping out the view on Whitewall. It's not quite as blind as it was earlier today during some of our U15s. But it is still quite a bit of flat light in those shadowed areas from the sun. So athletes are definitely going to have to take that into consideration when they are going for their airs. Is their takeoff and landing in the sun, or is it in the shade right now?
Absolutely, and something you said that honestly I was thinking about before too is the fact that there are even shadows on venue. You know, you have to have enough sun to cast a shadow, because before it was almost, I don't want to say full whiteout condition, but the color of the venue was looking very similar to the color of the sky. So to be able to even see a shadow right now is promising, because that means the sun is out a little more than it was before.
Yeah, it is very promising.
So while the judges wrap up Simone's run, our next athlete is going to be Vera Kick from the Kirkwood Freeride team. Vera says her favorite thing about the freeride community is the people, the energy, the relentless support, and the unconditional love that everyone shows each other. What a beautifully worded way to put her favorite part about freeride.
I mean, if that's not everyone's favorite part about Freeride, then they might just be wrong.
Then they're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
But it's so exciting to see the way the different athletes explain how much they love the community.
Definitely. And it sounds like the Panel B is ready for Verda.
Alrighty, we are just waiting to get final word that Vera is getting ready to drop. We have a huge crowd gathered here at the bottom. This feels to be like one of the bigger crowds that we've seen in our finish corrals. I don't know if it's because it's a little more consolidated than where we were seeing yesterday, but the people are showing up for Freeride today.
Honestly, I actually think the biggest crowd I saw was from the U15 qualifiers day. They were all up on the ridge watching into the slope, and they were pushing out into the ski slope and having to be pushed back in so they weren't blocking the run.
They were flooding the run with their Freeride stoke. We love to see it.
It was nice that it was a sunny, warm day.
That did help. I can't say the same about today.
No,
But regardless, we are sticking it out for the love of the sport.
Yeah, these are the dedicated fans here today.
I was going to say, yeah, not just us, but everyone else that's making the event possible. The teammates that are cheering their teams on, our whole live stream crew that is out bringing you this broadcast, our safety patrol from Kicking Horse, and all of the other event staff and volunteers. Huge shout out to every single person here. All right, we just got word that Vera is dropping into the course. Keeping an eye out for Vera. Here she is. She pops over the cornice.
Coming into that shadowed area off of the cornice. Finding her line as she makes her way through the top section of Whitewall. The snow is being blown all around her, causing it to be a little bit more flat light than she would hope. But now she is moving into our Lone Cliff area.
Coming in between our Lone Cliff and the Lone Walk of the Jenga Tower, making a nice, smart, detailed run through it.
Yeah, very, very certain on every turn she makes. Looks like she's just trying to line up her bottom section here.
Maybe getting a little caught up, but it's not going to phase her because she is still on the move.
She's riding out below the Jenga Tower section and down in to our debris field.
Absolutely. The hardest part of the venue is behind her. Now she just has to navigate through the bumpy section here, and she will be in safe. Her full finals run behind her. But not done yet. Still has quite a few turns to make it to get to the bottom.
Will we have another taker for our debris jump?
I love our final debris jump, honestly. It's been fun to watch. We're sitting pretty close to it, so we get a close-up view of the action.
Lining it up.
We're going to take some smooth turns into the corral. All right, so again, we're going to run single panel until we're back where we want to be with our dual panel system. So going to give the judges a minute to finish scoring Vera's run. Alrighty, judges are ready for our next U19 snowboard woman, Mary Kissinger, coming to you from Green Mountain Academy out of Stowe, Vermont.
She is dropping in now. Coming out of start 2.
Keeping an eye out for her because she'll pop off the cornice any second.
She is just working her way down the ridge. Looking for her entrance. She is working her way down the ridge.
Going pretty far lookers right now along the cornice.
And looks like she's going down to one of our lower entrances here. Hopping off of that cornice.
Far lookers right. You know, we haven't seen many athletes come this far to our lookers right. There are fewer features over here, but that does not mean that they don't have the opportunity to be creative. There's still a ton to play on over here.
Absolutely, and there's a lot more fresh snow over there as well.
Absolutely. I think the turn quality is certainly higher over where Mary Jane is.
And she is moving into that middle gut area, looking towards this feature. Popping off of it.
Catching a nice air to her toe side edge as she comes up above our lower pyramid here on far looker's right.
Looks like she's lining up where she wants to take this. Working down that ridge. Airing back into the couloir.
And with a nice powder turn there, it looks like.
Using that wall as a wave.
Oh, yeah, we only got a couple centimeters of fresh snow last night, but Mary Jane is making the best of them.
And some of that snow has fallen today because it is snowing out here.
Absolutely, the wind is certainly moving all of the snow around as well. We got a nice little shifty there from Mary Jane.
Yeah, she is working her way into the finish corral on her finals run.
And I think we have another taker for our final chunder block there. Mary Jane hitting it with the grab to her feet. One more fresh turn there for her as she is boosting into the corral. All right, and while the judges score Mary Jane, we have one more U19 snowboard women before we jump back into our dual panel.
If you are just joining us now, we are in the middle of our snowboard category for our U19 competitors. We have just finished up our U15 competitors in our Junior Freeride Championships here at Kicking Horse Mountain Resort. We are getting ready to start back up on our dual panel with Jayla McClone.
She will be our next athlete to drop.
She's coming out of Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, and our judges are ready for her to drop.
She was second at the Snowbird 3-star this year, second at Jackson Hole 3-star, second at the Taos 3-star, and fifth at JFC last year. So quite a handful of successful runs underneath her belt.
And she is working her way into the venue now, through the cornice, and into that upper section of white wall. Looks like she's looking for her next feature. Lining up some rocks in this super steep section.
Really technical area right now, but she's making it look so smooth as she pops that to her feet. Jayla coming up around the Jenga tower.
She's working her way through the chute.
Staying super controlled on her snowboard.
I just got word for some other athletes. The snow is not great in that middle section. It's pretty firm. It's edgeable, but it's not soft. So these athletes are moving through some difficult conditions today.
I'm sure, it looks like it's soft from down here, but I bet it's not as forgiving. Looks can certainly be deceiving in snow, but Jayla takes a gorgeous air there to her feet and looping it back around.
Yeah, working her way through that section and keeping it to her feet and riding out smooth.
Showing some style in her turns here as she comes into our debris field, but not letting it slow her down.
And working her way down to the debris field. Looking like she's going for the debris jump, getting the grab.
Getting the grab and cruising into the corral.
And she is into the finish corral.
All right, that means we only have 3 more snowboard women to go. We are running the finals in the reverse order of how they qualified. So those that had the highest qualifying score in their qualifying day will run last for their division.
Yeah, this is actually supposed to give them a little bit of an advantage to watch everyone that competes ahead of them, check the venue, see their airs, see if anyone takes their airs, or if anyone wrecks that is a threat to their title.
Absolutely. It's giving, those... And a little bit of the, almost save the best for last vibe to it, too. That, those athletes with the highest scores are going to go last and kind of show off what they've been doing. Save the best for last.
Well, it definitely feels like that when you're at the top and you're getting ready to drop in. You're ready to go, and you know that everyone's waiting for you at the bottom.
Absolutely. So while the judges score Jayla, I believe we will be hopping back into our dual panel now. But we are going to wait for some confirmation. Because with the weather, there's been, we've seen a variety of things happen today. We've seen sunny skies, we've seen super flat light, we've seen wild gusts of wind that have almost taken down the media tent. We've seen some really successful riding, we've seen some big crashes. Thankfully, we haven't seen any injuries, but it's been certainly a variety of a day.
Yes, it definitely has been variety. And I'm almost seeing blue sky behind us now, which would have been nice about 30 minutes ago when it was blowing cold.
Well, you know what? We will certainly take it where we can still get it. It has been a bit of a chilly day here at Kicking Horse, but the vibes are remaining high.
Yeah. We have our on-venue DJ bumping music, getting everyone that is here at the venue stoked. So it sounds like we are going to continue with Panel B and continue on with our U19 snowboard women.
Jasmine Bolt will be our next athlete to drop. She's coming to you from the Eldora Mountain Ski and Snowboard Club.
And she is getting ready to drop now.
Oh, and I can feel the sun on my face for the first time in a couple hours, and it's delicious, let me
And
tell
I'm
you.
sure Jasmine's very excited to have some sun flying right when she's dropping in. She's coming over the ridge top right now, staying high, riders right on the ridge, lining up this first air. Taking off the side of it, catching some air.
Hanging out behind this giant feature for us right now, but I'm sure we'll see her pop out in a minute. But I'm sure she is equally thrilled to see the sunshine as we see her cruising along the venue here.
He's moving along that sun shadow line, airing off that feature, making some great turns. Snow's flying behind her.
All the way to the bottom section of the Jenga Tower, catching another bite of that air there, and controlling her speed as she makes another turn into the midsection of the venue.
She's working her way down into the debris field, making her turns, going edge to edge, trying to show her control for the judges, because every turn matters in these judges' eyes.
That's so true. Every turn does really matter. It's contributing to not only their control, technique, fluidity, and style, but also their rider level, which is that overall impression of their run, and contributes to how many points above or below their line score they can get. Jasmine with one final air there, and she's going to cruise into the corral, arms in the air. She's stoked.
So it sounds like at this moment we are continuing on with our Panel B U19 snowboard women. They are trying to finish off this category because every category that starts must finish on the day that they start. And due to time constraints, they are our technical director and our lift and patrol safety are trying to decide whether we can continue on today or if we're going to move on to tomorrow with our snowboard men.
With really the rest of our U19 ski field, there's a lot of factors that go into this decision. Time is one, communication with Kicking Horse Resort is another, the head judges from both panels are going to have to speak to that as well, and, hopefully we can run tomorrow. They also have to take a look at the conditions of tomorrow and decide if that's even an option for us.
Absolutely, and we are coming down to our final hour of the resort, and so I don't want to speculate here, but I have a feeling that we are going to finish out our snowboard women. I don't know about the snowboard men, but I have a feeling we won't continue with our skiers today.
And that will be up to the technical director to make the final call, so we'll hang tight and see what they do. But absolutely, what a jam-packed day, and it sounds like we are getting ready to drop Julia Brown. Julia's coming to you from the Ski and Snowboard Club of Vail, a Colorado rider. Next on venue, you can see her just getting ready to drop into the cornice, off the cornice now.
Snow is blowing all around her. The wind is flying. She is dropped into the top part of Whitewall venue.
Oh, wow, yeah. You can really see the snow fly around her, but she's not letting it faze her as she gets just above this rock here and catches some nice air to her feet.
She's working her way down this center part of the venue, looking towards her next part of the line, trying to find where she's going to go next.
Staying nice and controlled through this steep section here. It looks like the wind has calmed down a little bit, so I'm sure Julia's able to take a nice deep breath as she just came off of that nice feature so gracefully.
Yeah, she's looking towards the bottom part of the Jenga tower, biting off the corner, and continuing on.
And then able to link some more turns here too. That's something the judges are really looking for, is the link of the turns between the snowboarders. They don't want to see them just hanging onto that heel edge. So Julia's doing a really great job of showing some flow between her turns.
And Julia was our second place qualifier from yesterday.
Absolutely. That means she had the second highest points from her qualifying run yesterday, which puts her currently in the second spot. And the final overall score will be a cumulative combination of qualifiers and finals.
Absolutely. And another factor that we haven't mentioned here is our U19 athletes have a different thing at play here. For the snowboard women, the top final athlete from from the whole season, including this event, moves on to the World Championships next year, Junior World Championships, which is held in Koppel, Austria, the following winter.
Absolutely. So, it's so exciting for them to get that invitation to that world stage, but then to also be crowned the winner of the Americas region.
Absolutely.
Too. From Alaska to Patagonia, what an accomplishment it is to take home that 2026 JFC title.
Do you know how many athletes compete in, or how many junior athletes we have right now?
We have, currently at this event, 290, and we had over 7,000 members in the IFSA this year. However, that does include our adult athletes, all of our coaches, our whole community that has a membership. So I'd have to take a closer look at the breakout of junior athletes, but 7,000 members is quite a large community spread between North and South America.
And even just to be crowned the champion of the Americas out of any number of those athletes is incredible. And even just to be in our championship here today is so incredible for all of these athletes.
Again, yeah, we just want to shout out how proud we are of every single athlete that made it here, whether they're competing in finals today or even just in the qualifiers. It's a huge accomplishment to receive that invitation.
Definitely.
Alrighty, judges are ready for our final U19 Ski Women of the Day. Molly Blair coming to you from the Alpental Freeride team.
Our number one qualifier from yesterday for our U19 snowboard women is getting ready to drop in as she rolls down the ridge.
So that means Molly had the highest scoring run on qualifiers, and she is ready to hopefully claim that same title again today in finals. And she's on the venue right now. She's disappeared just from our view, but popping back up with a nice air. Oh,
looks like she got a little bit stuck, did a little front punch in the landing, but she's back on her feet and moving.
Wasting no time to catch another air.
Disappearing into the cloud of snow that she sprayed up. Continuing into the salt and pepper section.
Showing strong work here on this steep section of the venue. Not easy to navigate exactly where she wants to go.
We have not seen many snowboarders come over to this area today.
Absolutely. It's definitely a unique side for the snowboard field. So kudos to Molly for getting up in there.
Yes. It's very steep, and very technical, and very rocky in this section. So she's lining up the bottom of this air.
Taking a smart cruise around the Bermuda Triangle. The area of no return, but not for Molly because she is linking some turns almost at the bottom of the venue already.
Working her way down into the bottom, finish draw here as our final U19 snowboard woman of the day.
The crowd is loving it.
Molly Blair into the finish corral.
So a successful field of U19 snowboard women have completed their run.
Yeah, we want to say congrats to all of our athletes that have completed their runs today.
And we are going to hang tight for just a moment while we hear from all of our event officials about what the next steps are going to be in our finals day today.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there. It has been a wild day of free riding here at finals at the IFSA Junior Freeride Championships here at Kicking Horse. Unfortunately, we were not able to get through all of the athletes that we wanted to today, so we will be wrapping up the competition. But you know what? What did you think of what we saw today?
I mean, we saw some incredible riding. We saw some big falls, some big lands, and a lot of cheers at the bottom. So all in all, it was a great day. It is a unfortunate thing that we cannot finish right now, but that's free
As we
ride.
mentioned, that's just part of Freeride. It is an uncontrolled environment, so we want to give a huge thank you to all the people that worked through the wind and through the cold to bring you this broadcast. We are going to wait to hear more from our event officials about what's going to happen. So please stay tuned in our WhatsApp and our Instagram to keep an eye on what will happen with the remaining divisions. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Rachel Shannon.
I'm Wyatt Gentry.
And we'll see you next time.